Dobrý den.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome everybody at the 9th year of the Digital Czech Republic Conference.
Welcome. Zdravím zároveň.
Welcome to all our colleagues who follow us on stream. It's wonderful what technologies allow us. So for many times we have been meeting in this hybrid way. This is my 4th year. I'm looking forward to the 2 days. Over the 4 years, the topics have not changed too much. We are still trying to address the same topics, but in the meantime, the technologies has progressed a lot. One of the things that have changed enormously is the AI, and we will definitely talk about it because it's been on the media everywhere, so we will have it on the agenda as well. Since I have a paid GPT-4 version, I asked it what the Digital Czech Republic means. For ChatGPT, it includes digitalization of public administration, fast internet infrastructure, modernized education, support to innovation and cybersecurity. But there are also negative aspects that may include increased risk of cybercrime, growing digital gap and loss of jobs due to automation. It's exactly the topics that we are going to focus on during the 2 days. And to settle all the housekeeping remarks, I would like to thank the partners who help us fund this conference. First of all, Google, that is the exclusive partner of Digital Czech Republic 2024, Microsoft, T-Mobile, and Volt and Bank ID. The general media partner is E15, and our partners are the Czech Association of AI, Prague AI Minister of Health, and we also have a beautiful accompanying exhibition. There are many interesting stands, and the partner of this exhibition is the Association of Virtual and Augmented Reality. You can enjoy some refreshments in the hall. And don't forget to ask your questions through Slido. We want to have it interactive. And now I would like to dive straight into the agenda. Let's start with the opening words and welcome speech. And for that, I would like to welcome Šárka Šup, the Executive Director of the Institute for Politics and Society. Šárka, the floor is yours. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests. Welcome on behalf of the Institute for Politics and Society at the 9th International Conference Digital Czech Republic. We have met here today to discuss digital technologies and their impact on our everyday life. Digitalization is the topic that has impacted our way of communication or even living recently most. And we need to be involved in its further progress. I believe that our meeting here is crucial for future development of a strong digital environment that will help us promote digital growth and have positive impact on our lives. I would like to invite you to be as interactive as possible. Use the Slido app, ask questions, put your comments, and we will have the experts on the panels to try and answer your questions. Enjoy the 2 days, and I'm looking forward to our discussions. Šárka, thank you very much, and let's dive into the keynote speeches straight away. Ladies and gentlemen, the first speaker will be Dubravka Šuica, who unfortunately, due to some important affairs, could not join us in person. She is the Vice President for Democracy and Demography for Croatia, and she will join us in video.
The opportunity to speak to you today at the 9th conference Digital Czech Republic, taking place in the beautiful city of Prague. I admire Czechia's ambition to leverage digitalization in support of its growth and development. The good news is that the digital transition brings outstanding opportunities for the European Union and for Czechia. We know that the digital transition will reshape our economies, labor markets, and societies. And this is why the European Union funded Recovery and Resilience Plan for Czechia is devoting over 2 billion euros, equivalent to 23% of the total plan, to digital transformation. New measures in the plan focus on the digitalization of public services led by the Digital Information Agency, the DIA. In addition, over 1 billion euros of the cohesion policy funds received by Czechia contribute directly to digital decade targets. This includes support for the digitalization of public services and enhancing connectivity networks, especially in rural areas. Today, over 90% of jobs require at least basic digital skills. But the Digital Economy and Society Index shows that 4 out of 10 adults in Europe lack basic digital skills. This is why the European Commission adopted the Digital Education Action Plan for 2021-2027. The Digital Services Act also introduced rules to ensure that online platforms accessible to children implement safety, security, and privacy measures. We are developing guidelines on this alongside an European Union-wide approach for age verification. And in November last year, education ministers adopted a recommendation on digital education and skills. We are working on the follow-up, including guidelines for teachers, for educators on high-quality informatics. I'm glad to see that Czechia has placed digitalization high on its education policy agenda. Investments by the European Union stand to make a real difference to citizens and businesses. They are needed as they can make a real difference on the ground, especially when we remember that this digital transition is also taking place in a context of demographic change. Faced with the challenges of a shrinking working age population and the strain on welfare systems as our societies age, we must build our policies and investments around a life cycle approach. Our welfare and education systems need to support people so they can contribute to the economy and society at all stages of life. We want to see a shift in mindset where skills matter and where lifelong skills development is understood as necessary for business competitiveness so that people can enter and remain in the labor market with confidence now and in the future. Digital literacy is also important for our democracy. We have just elected the new European Parliament who will vote on legislation and on funding over the next 5 years. It is crucial that citizens have access to accurate information about what our parliaments and governments do. Digital literacy and fighting disinformation online are key to genuine citizens' participation in democracy, and they are key priorities for the European Union in building a resilient democracy fit for the future. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a successful exchange at today's conference. Thank you very much.
Děkujeme Dubravce Šuice za.
Thank you, Dubravka, for this video message. And now I would like to invite European MP Ondřej Kovařík to join me at the stage. The floor is yours. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. I thank the Institute for Politics and Society for their continuous involvement in the topic of digitalization for organizing this conference, and thank you for the opportunity to talk to you briefly. Whether it was an intention or not, but the timing of today's conference fit very interestingly into a specific period. Vice President Šuica mentioned that already. The European election took place a few days ago in all member states. This means that we are nearing the end of one election period, during which the European Parliament and Commission and other institutions focused on digitalization of as one of the priorities. And at the same time, we are opening a new period, and this is a great opportunity for all the presenters and panelists to send perhaps their signal not only to the Czech public administration and government, but also to the new European representation. We have the opportunity to say what we see as important, desirable, suitable to be achieved in the next 5 years. Let me very briefly mention what has been achieved, whether in the Czech Republic or in the European Union. A few days ago at another conference, we agreed with other representatives of the Czech Republic that the last 5 years could be called a regulatory tsunami in this respect. Vice President Šuica mentioned that too, that multiple legislation and regulatory provisions have been adopted that have impact on the digital sector. It will have impact on how the sector will progress and evolve in the future. And it also will have an impact on the competitiveness of Europe vis-à-vis other partners on the global scene. The competition is harsh and we should not be lacking behind. When looking back those 4 or 5 years, I tried to be realistic and perhaps even critical. Some of the regulatory provisions are meaningful and may help improve the situation in the Union. I have certain doubts about others, but we will see how they work in practice. Generally, we could talk about 4 major areas. The major horizontal regulation that was adopted was the Digital Service Act, Digital Markets Act, that tries to even the conditions for large providers and users. So that's one of the areas. The second important area that I see, which has been regulated recently, is cybersecurity. I am quite sure that many of you or all of you will have their own experience about functioning of the digital environment. Also from this viewpoint, we see on an everyday basis various risk and cybersecurity threats. This regulation, this act will have an impact on how we set up new technologies. This will obviously be reflected also in the costs, but definitely it has been a topic that the European Union embraced quite widely. Another area is data economy. Multiple regulatory acts and other types of provisions have been adopted that try to sort of regulate or grasp the way data are handled, their monetization, their handling in transfers among companies. And data obviously have become one of the key commodities of digital economy. And those who have access to data, of course, have a comparative advantage in many other fields. So the other area that was in focus of the European Union was artificial intelligence. The European Union, including the Czech Republic, wishes to engage in artificial intelligence and remain at the lead. We will see later whether the balance has been set in the proper way to have sufficient room for innovation on one side, and of course certain security guarantee on the other side. And this is closely related to the access of the individual players to data, on the way they are allowed to use them, and so on. The European Union has been proactive in promoting soft skills. We know that there are certain hindrances and deficiencies on the side of the European Union. So again, we will only see in the future whether the measures adopted have been sufficient and suitable. We will need to adopt many measures, not only on the various levels of the fundamental education, but we will need to include those also in the lifelong learning. It will be definitely a must to promote lifelong learning. One of the OECD statistics some 5 or 6 years ago said that children that started their elementary schools at that time will, in 70%, work in jobs that at that time did not exist at all. And it illustrates the enormous change that will affect the whole educational sector, or will have to change the educational sector. These are great ambitions and aims. The European Union enshrined this in what it calls the digital decade. It's basically a EU regulation which sets specific targets and objectives in various areas in such a way that the potential of digital technologies can be used to maximum. And it focuses on the key pillar areas, one of them being obviously education of experts for the future, whether on AI or generally on digital technologies. I believe that many of us have already tried using all kinds of language models on the basis of AI. We actually use multiple these tools without even knowing it when we use various applications, e-shops, and so on. So what is our situation in the Czech Republic? This conference wishes to focus on digital Czech Republic. The Czech Republic has been a country which, in terms of digitalization, is quite diverse. We have most e-shops per population. We are at top of AI research workplaces. But even though the digital technologies are used by most Czech companies, the use of big data, AI, machine learning, and similar topics is very limited, and these are the areas where we lag behind many other countries. This might be a problem for the future. And of course, digitalization of public administration is a big issue. Vice President Šuica mentioned the enormous amounts that have been allocated for the development of digitalization in public administration. It is a great opportunity, and we probably won't have another opportunity to make such a big progress. And digitalization definitely does not mean simply translating paper documents into an electronic document. Digitalization means improvement, reassessment, review of all processes. It's a large project, long-term project, but frankly, many other member states have been more active than the Czech Republic in that respect. And it is definitely one of the key tasks that the Czech Republic faces, no matter what government there will be. So this was a very brief summary of what has been achieved so far. We have 2 days ahead of us where we will be able to talk to experts, academia, politicians, and this gives us a unique opportunity to try and word challenges, comments, hints, or opinions on how and where we want to progress in the upcoming years, both in the Czech Republic and in the European Union. Let's take this opportunity. Enjoy your conference, and thank you for invitation. Thank you, Ondřej Kovařík. I was intrigued by the high statistics of the jobs that still do not exist. I hope archaeology will remain there. However, even in archaeology we use AI tools. So you see the impact is extremely widespread. And who could be better qualified to talk about this topic than Jan Kotara, who is the director of Česko Digital.
Jan, yours the floor. Okay, good morning. My name is Jan Kotara and I am Chief Executive Officer of Česko Digital. Česko Digital has represented civil society for 5 years. It helps the Czech government and Czech NGOs to provide better digital services. I have been invited to reflect upon the state of digital transformation of the state. Well, my last personal story or interaction with the state when I needed to vote to the European Parliament from the other part of the Czech Republic. I live in Prague, but I am from Moravia. I needed a voter authority certificate. It was one of the first projects we worked on a few years ago. In 2019, our product was used at that time by thousands or tens of thousands of people. Luckily, now the situation has changed, and these European Parliament elections were the first opportunity to use a citizens portal, and some of the data are already pre-filled. We need to say also that based on digital request, we still keep moving around paper-like documents. I also had to go to the post office to collect my voter authority certificate because it was not delivered to me. But I am not to criticize the Czech Post. I'm trying to say that the next step should not be to transform analog piece of paper into digital form. This is not what digitalization is about. The thing is, do we really need to apply for a voter authority certificate? Can't we do it online? A digital transformation does not consist in transformation of our way of thinking, how to use the potential of technology to live better and easier. So hopefully I am able to illustrate the state of digital transformation in the Czech Republic. There are still some gaps, but we've gone quite far in the past several years. From the users' viewpoint, digital transformation took place at a very large pace. We have a citizens portal. I have my ID card in my smartphone, and EDIA was established, digital and information agency that is based on a similar institution that they have in Denmark, and it plays a very important coordination role of a coordinator. Regardless of your political preferences, we must say that digital transformation has been given political preference, and we have a minister for that purpose. This running train should not be hindered or even stopped by the upcoming elections, because we want to be able to move forward and focus on the continuity of the existing projects and on the way the Czech Republic will look like in 10 years. There is still a huge potential to be exploited. Technologies help us provide, or help the state provide, better services that spare us time and money. On the other hand, there are users, people, businesses, and if we want to use the services, we need to educate the users. Our research shows that in the Czech Republic there are 3 million adult citizens who are excluded from the viewpoint of technology, or they are threatened by exclusion. Most of them are not online, or they do not have enough skills and knowledge to be able to use various online solutions. So when preparing government digital services, we need to bear in mind that there are still people who are not able or willing to use digital services. So in Česko Digital, we focus on the quality of digital services, on their users, and on unlocking the potential of technologies so that we are able to face social services and to live better. We've launched digital partnership between government, businesses and academia to be able to establish quality digital services for the public, and if you are interested in this topic, I'll be more than happy to discuss it with you. That's all from me. Thank you very much. Have a very fruitful Digital Czechia conference. Thank you. Thank you. This was Jan Kotara, very punctual. 9:30. We've gone through the first opening block, and we are about to launch the second block, and that is economic transformation as an opportunity to return to the first economic league. Ladies and gentlemen, how to achieve this economic transformation using digital instruments. That will be discussed by our panelists that I'd like to invite on stage. We've got guests whom we already met, but there are also new panelists that will be introduced to you by Teresia Tomankova, our moderator from CNN Prima News. Good morning. Thank you for having me. And on behalf of the Institute for Politics and Society, I'd like to introduce our panelists to you. We will discuss on the economic transformation as an opportunity to return to the first economic league. Our discussion will last about an hour and 15 minutes. Hopefully we'll be able to stick to the schedule. We've got 4 speakers and they will have a very short keynote speech first, and then we will launch discussion. It'll be a moderated discussion. We all can react and interact, and also you'll be able to ask questions. You've got QR code. You can use Slido to pose questions. I'm going to read the questions. You can either provide your name or not, it's up to you, and this is how you can discuss the topic with our panelists. We will have Mr. Andrej Kovařík, member of the European Parliament, a newly elected member, Mr. Bohdar Vojnant, Vice President. Since 2011 to 2021, he was a member of the Board of Directors of Škoda Auto, responsible for human resources. He also was a Vice President of the Association of Automotive Industry and also the Vice President of the Confederation of Industry and Trade. He'll focus on changes and challenges in the industry and development of automotive industry. Julia Nyman, head of product in Volt, a Finnish company. She is the head of the discovery department, focusing on Volt activities vis-a-vis their customers, and she will focus on the use of artificial intelligence in their services. Welcome, Julia. Gérard Borogel, professor of economics, Hermenicus Institut Polytechnique de Paris. He's an independent expert in media digital economy. He took part or was member of many interdisciplinary commissions focusing on European regulation and Asian regulation. He will introduce key technological innovations. Welcome, Professor. And if I may, I'd like to pass the floor on to Andrej Kovařík. You can either stand up or sit. It's completely up to you. Thank you for giving me the floor. I will remain seated, and just a few bullet points. Thank you for having me at this conference. I believe I've already said many things before, but just to add to the future of economic transformation in the Czech Republic. We heard that digital environment and digital technologies have been developing very fast, whether in Europe or globally. In Europe, we've established a regulatory framework, which is not the case in all parts of the world. On the one hand, it's easy if there is political will to agree upon such regulations, but the key thing is to be able to implement the regulations. And the thing is how the future of the Czech economics will look like when you have, or if there is a regulatory framework. We need shareholders to adhere to them, to stick to them, but also we need the government to enforce them or to oversee them. And this is a challenge that is still ahead of us, and I am not sure whether we are ready for that challenge, such as the AI Act that will come in force in 2 years. It has an impact on businesses and the way they prepare for the internal processes within the framework of their core business activities and the management activities in terms of costs, human resources, etc. There always should be a partner in the state administration, in the government, a partner that will oversee the environment and will be able to provide consultation and advice. So it'll be now up to the Czech government to become the relevant partner for the digital sector, because this is what regulations require, and we must be fast enough, we must be flexible enough, and the state administration should be able to provide fast support, respond very fast. Maybe because if the businesses do not receive such service, they may want to go elsewhere, abroad. And the key thing is the speed of such change, how fast we are able to provide such services to the economic stakeholders, and it's one of the major tasks that is ahead of us. Thank you, Mr. Kovařík. Now Vice President of the Confederation of Industry and Trade, Mr. Vojnar. Again, you can stay seated or you can use the pulp. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Oh, we've heard a lot already. If we look at the environment and AI topic in general, we see that the years 2023 and 2024 are truly an important point in time due to the launch of generative AI. Figures do not lie, and there are lots of forecasts regarding economic potential until 2030. Some forecasts mention more than 15 trillion US dollars, and this is something that has to do with increased or enhanced productivity thanks to AI, and hopefully we as the Czech Republic will be able to use that ladder to move upwards. And it brings us new business opportunities. I mean, AI brings new business opportunities. And if we take a look at the regional structure or division, we can see that bigger opportunities arise because of competition between the US and China. And there are obviously lots of Asian tigers that are very successful, headed by Singapore, which has a very successful and interesting policy in terms of creating conditions for businesses, how to create good interaction between or among businesses, services, state administration. And if we look back to Europe, we can see that United Kingdom is quite successful because of a large concentration of universities and a large volume of services. In terms of the European Union, we already heard about Denmark. Denmark, more than 20 years ago, established their digital and information agenda, and they are very consistent. There are numerous questions to be answered. Are there any measurable benefits in this area? What sort of obstacles we need to overcome in the Czech Republic? What impact will that have on the labor market? We've already heard about some disparities. And last but not least, we must focus on the educational system. That is the focus of our schools, in the generation issues, and all of this is related to the educational system. Thank you. Thank you, Vice President Julia Niemand, Head of Product from Wolt. Yours the floor.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me. I'm Julia Niemann, Head of Product for Wolt, a Finnish e-commerce platform. I want to talk a little bit about how Wolt is helping small businesses, local businesses with local employees that pay local taxes to grow their business with our digital products. I think often e-commerce platforms are linked to local shops closing down and products being delivered from some anonymous warehouse. And that's not what we want at Wolt. We want to still have the vibrant cities and communities with a lot of unique shops. We even want to foster more of those. And we want to do that by helping them grow with our services and products that we offer at Wolt. We want to, instead of closing down the real world, we want to connect them rather and help those shops and local businesses to thrive in that digital area. And we do that, for example, in this area where I work, discovery and personalization. We want to help the people, for example, in Prague, to understand the variety of cool products that are offered in their communities. Through our app, we want to introduce them to all the restaurants, the shops, the dishes, the food, and the other goods that they could order and shop in their communities. We use ML and AI to help them connect to the products that are of interest for them, that are tailored to their personal needs and the right situations. For example, we take into account, when we recommend certain venues or merchants, we take into account what time of the day is it, what are the tastes of the customers, to connect them to the right things that they are interested in. And this helps also the local shops to grow their business, because they are introduced to customers that probably or maybe wouldn't have noticed about or didn't know about them before. So that's how we help them grow. Another example is, for example, in our app, we provide customers with recommendations when they are about to check out. For example, for a local grocery shop, when customers shop at their favorite grocery store, in the checkout, we provide them with recommendations of past purchases, so that they, for example, not forget the milk that they wanted to buy. This, in turn, again, increases their basket size and their subtotals. We also help merchants to understand some data insight about customers' purchase behaviors, predict purchase behaviors, and help them to optimize their business. We also provide machine learning and AI to optimize the logistics and make it very efficient, so that shops or local small and medium enterprises can still, even through challenging times, continue running their businesses and make sure that they are not decrease their sales. We also have digital payments that's a lot of different variety of products that we're offering to those venues that help them really grow and reach a wide variety of customers through our platform. We also know that there's a lot of skepticism around machine learning and AI. That's why we started to inform people about how we are using machine learning AI through our transparency and algorithmic reports. We started being very open about how we use ML, what kind of data we are using in machine learning and AI, what are the purposes that we're using it for. I think we also have it here in a printed out version, inform in what kind of areas we are using those machine learning algorithms and other algorithms in our app to provide full transparency and shed a light on how we are using those new technologies to help the businesses grow.
Thank you, Julia. I'm very much looking forward to the follow-up questions. And Professor Gerard Pogorel, now the floor is yours. He is going to talk about key technologies and innovation important for economic transformation.
I must say, not only thank you for inviting me, but it's really a very moving feeling for me to be this feeling to be at the core of the Europe in Prague, at the core of European history and culture, and discussing what is very typical for Europe. You know, what we intend to see as the future of a rather century-old civilizations we very much like and we would like to uphold in the future. So my question is, how can Europe gain leadership again? And this is the topic of this roundtable today. So we have discussed technological innovations, we have discussed education, we have discussed skills, we have discussed transformation. Of course, digital technologies are transformative technologies. What maybe we have not enough discussed are the implications in terms of organizational change. And when I mean organizational change, I mean not just for big companies, medium-sized companies, small companies, the public sector, and the interactions of all those entities with citizens and the general public. And I think this is where Europe is lagging behind. We are in the world, in the innovation landscape, Europe is in between two very opposed economic and social models. We have a market-led social model and innovation model in the US, for instance. We have a bureaucracy-led social and innovation model in China. In Europe, we are very proud of our own social model, and justly so, but this social model, I must admit, at this particular stage, is in difficulty because we don't have the hierarchical system which exists in China to impose changes to organizations and society. We don't have the relatively open market plus state intervention they have in the US, which promotes very efficiently innovation and organizational change and changes in sectors, changes in industries, changes in everything they have in the US. So we are in the middle, you know, of the river. And we have to go forward, and we have to put our strengths, and because there are strengths in our social model, there are strengths in the social market economy we have in Europe, and this is what we have to promote and to put together our strengths, but to look very intensively at this weakness we have in Europe, which is change. And my question is, what can be, and this is my question to all of you, and this is the question, you know, I've been dealing with, I've been sharing the European research program for years, tens of billions of euros spent of research. I can tell you our competences, our scientific skills, are the best in the world. But, and now, you know, as a senior fellow with the European Liberal Forum, what we discuss and what we discuss with you is how to implement, how to transform those skills, those competences in organizational capability, organizational change capability. So what are, my question is, and stop me because professors, you know, they tend to talk a lot. What are the change accelerators we have to define for Europe to gain again leadership in the next decade?
Děkuji mnohokrát, pane profesore. Děkuji vám všem za úvodní slovo. Já otevřu panel.
Thank you very much for the opening remarks. I will open the discussion. Thank you very much for all your questions on Slido. Of course, I also have some question myself. Please answer, raise your hands if you want to respond. Mr. Kovařík, the panel is supposed to talk about how to return the Czech Republic to the first economic league. The Czech Republic so far has not been there. You mentioned that the government should listen to business, but there must be certain steps taken by the government, by the state. So what are these important steps to be taken? There are two ways the state can respond, either to take measures or make steps or not. So either there will be some proactive policy on the part of the public administration, and I think that Professor mentioned or explained excellently what the position of the European Union or Europe is in between the models in China and the US. The position in Europe is quite specific by the extensive regulation, and unless we are able to be flexible, especially on the part of the regulators and the supervisors of that regulator, we may be lagging behind. But if we move on to other measures or topics, then one of the topics that will require not only the state but also the other stakeholders is mobilization of capital. Comparing the European Union and the US in this respect, for example, the European Union lacks enormously private capital, venture capital that might be mobilized for investments, for example, into digital technologies. And if we leave aside the UK, the capital markets are undervalued, and unless there are sufficient funds that we need for digital transformation, we will never be able to keep up with the leaders. Vice President Vojnar, the change and regulation have been keywords. The USA comes with inventions. China is regulating. Can we come back to the top unless we change our approach to both of these aspects? Well, as for regulations, I heard somewhere that over 60 countries in the world have implemented some kind of regulation of AI. So they try to set certain rules for the governments. However, if we look across the globe, we see major differences. We heard that the US is on the one side with its 2022 Bill of Rights, it's more liberal, and on the other side you will have the comprehensive approach of the European Union, and then elsewhere you will have the Asian economies, which have quite a different approach to the banned technologies in our part of the world, such as social scoring and so on. Professor already mentioned that there is this 2-year transition period, and that the approach can be successful only if it is comprehensive. We need a comprehensive interaction between the business, the employees, and the public administration. We should never forget about the employees, because they will have to we will have to address their concerns. Should not forget education as well. Starting on the business side, unless AI becomes a supported thing which is at the basis of the culture of change, unless the data become democratic, unless we put more trust into it, the change will always be limited. And of course, you will need funds to invest. You can already now see that the penetration of new technologies is, the speed of penetration varies quite a lot among various sectors. Where there is a high demand for jobs requiring AI skills, there you can see that both the businesses and even the public administration are willing to pay a certain premium, which is not the case in the Czech Republic yet.
You've discussed change in the society. What should the main arguments be to convince the society that the change that we are undergoing is really necessary and is a good one? What sort of arguments should we use?
Of AI is really creating transparency, and this is what I mentioned earlier, that we want to be very open about, and I think it's really important to shed some light around like how the machine learning algorithms, the AI is working, and for what kind of purpose they are used, what kind of data are we using to feed those machine learning models, and make sure that we present this in a digestible format, that also non-experts can understand what we're doing here, and creating those transparency maybe also help to understand the benefits of it, like what kind of achievements and how it can help to grow businesses and serve customers, to provide like better customer experiences and so on, and also like what kind of mechanisms do we install to make sure that it doesn't go out of control. For example, some human reviews, some algorithms on top of it, and so on. So that's, I think, very important to create this transparency.
Děkuji. Jestli můžu poprosit o reakci pana profesora Pogorela.
Professor, would you like to react?
It's a very, very good question. Not only because it's a good, I think it's a good question regarding the topic of this conference, digital change, digital technologies. It's also a good question because it has obvious political implications. And what we have witnessed in the past European elections a few days ago is precisely my personal interpretation. Some reluctance from a large number of peoples, and 30%, 40%, 50% of the population, a large number of people are reluctant to see change, and they would like the clock to stop. And the one interpretation of the populist surge in some European countries is this: can we stop the clock? No, we cannot stop the clock. So what we can say, well, coming back to your excellent question, what we can say to people is the clock cannot be stopped. But we in Europe, we have a social model which enables, not only does new technologies create jobs. This is something we should not forget. New technologies in the past decade have created millions and millions of jobs in Europe. So the outcome is quite positive. If you think, of what people said, oh, you will see information systems will cut jobs and artificial intelligence will destroy jobs and technologies will destroy jobs. This did not happen. And we are at the lowest point of unemployment in Europe. And we have had now a couple of decades of technological change. So the technological change creates jobs. But of course, it creates jobs in a context which is not necessarily reassuring for people. And so that's why what you just said, discussing with the employees, within the organizations is quite essential, because the businesses, companies, public services, and the government have a very important and difficult duty to move forward, to help. To help the whole organization, all stakeholders, to move forward and implement the changes which are made possible by technologies, in particular digital technologies, which are organizational technologies, and with the huge benefits in the end for everyone, also taking advantage of in Europe, it was Angela Merkel used to say, in Europe we have 25% of the world industrial population of industrialized country and 50% of social transfers. So we have huge social transfers. Those social transfers have to be made put at the service of technological change and societal change.
Děkuji mnohokrát. A já rovnou navážu vás, pane
Thank you, Vice President Vojnar. Some people are skeptical when it comes to digitization, AI. Julia has mentioned that skepticism. What the situation looks like in Czech businesses? How do businesses argue? How do they promote changes? Well, Czech society is slightly prudent, conservative, sometimes manic depressive. I lived through the launch of IT technologies in the very first phase. And we realized that the thing is to change our approach and to change the way we debate with employees and show them the benefits. In regions where there is high penetration of AI, there is also enormous growth in productivity. However, growth in productivity does not automatically mean losing jobs. It is, on the contrary, a huge opportunity to create new opportunities for employees, for businesses, to capitalize solutions. And this is what we should talk about internally, to be able to convince people within the businesses, to convince teams, to promote their confidence. There was some issue in the field of financial metrics. It shows that we cannot treat it in the same way as we used to be in the past. I myself worked in the finance. I was head of controlling in Skoda. And I know that the whole area of AI, or the whole digital transformation, to put it more widely. We've mentioned the approach of CEOs. It's the need to reinvent the existence or the purpose or the direction of a business. And there are many researches globally. CEOs realize that something must be changed in their approach, but as you well know, in the Czech Republic, changes hurt, and sometimes we need to be shaken to move forward. I quite like the last sentence you mentioned regarding capital allocation. You know, when we look at the global allocation index, the Czech Republic ranks 31st. And where we are really not successful is the area of risk capital, venture capital, the amount of graduates from STEM areas. Thank you. There are many questions on Slido. Let me pose one to you, Mr. Kovařík. How should the government work with the elderly people? They either refuse changes or they simply insist of not using technology. What do we do to avoid their exclusion from the society? Well, we mentioned already that there is a huge portion of population in the Czech Republic that is threatened by digital exclusion. The key thing is to focus on the benefits of digital transformation. And the digital transformation governed by the state is not always the best option. I personally believe that if the government promoted smartphones, nobody would buy them and we would still be using landlines. Because what the government promotes is sometimes not that successful. But we pay our taxes, we want the government to interact, to oversee risks or negative impacts on people that might be at risk. I discussed the topic of lifelong learning. I appreciate that some senior citizens or people at a late stage of their career, they do not want to alter their habits, to change their habits, but it seems that it is something that must be done. So we need to motivate them, we need to offer new options, new solutions, and that are available. And we should be able to explain what risks can be related to that and how the risks will be dealt with. You know, AI does not mean that 50% of jobs will evaporate. No, they will just look differently, they will have different characteristics, they will require different set of skills, but they will continue to exist. And the good thing is to promote these benefits of new technologies and to explain the risks that are related. We in the Czech Republic are highly conservative, but on the other hand, when it comes to finance, for example, we are one of the pilot markets in terms of financial services. We were one of the first in Europe when it comes to smartphone or watch payments. So these changes, surprisingly, were accepted in a very open way. So we should look at the benefits and set the politics accordingly. Julia, transparency of algorithms. Transparency of algorithms. How important is it for you? How do you treat this topic to enhance the trust of both your clients and your employees?
We're publishing our transparency reports where we shed lights on all of the algorithms that we're providing at Vault in our online platform, not only for the customers, for example, what I mentioned that we're using AI and ML to personalize what we recommend to customers, helping them to introduce them to venues, products, goods that are offered in their community, but also we're using AI to optimize the logistics. We're using AI to provide data insights and prediction of customer purchase behaviors for merchants. So we are not only serving the end customers, but also the merchants and the local businesses with those tools that help them to understand and optimize their business, and that's a huge benefit for them to help them grow and increase their sales. And we want to also show them how we're using that so they can benefit from it without making a huge investments themselves to start a business. And we want to encourage them to open up a new business in their community with their local employees and see that this is not a threat to them for something like that's coming from the outside, like I mentioned, a large e-commerce platform. We want them to help to be able to compete with those through those tools.
Děkuji. Pan Bohdan Vojnar přikyvoval u těch slov Julie. Jaká je
Mr. Vojnar, you are nodding. You seem to agree with Julia. So could you please tell us with the Czech experience with algorithm and their use in Czech businesses?
It is a matter of risk management, not only on the cybersecurity level, ale generally it is also a matter of interpretation, prevention of misinformation or disinformation. It is important that, for example, the codes of conduct should be updated to reflect this. We have seen this trend already in companies that reflect the evolvement of the digital environment. It was until very recently that the codes of conduct completely ignored the issue of social media, for example. And of course, we are getting into legal issues too, because we need to try and draw the line between the justified rights of the providers and so on. So it's quite a dynamic environment, and I would very much recommend that every single business puts this among their priorities, among their strategic priorities. At the same time, there has to be the right balance. The internal rules should not hinder the flexible work of their internal teams. It's worth taking a profound look into the system and try and develop the documents in very much detail, not to be distracted. One of the positive examples could be the finance sector, sales and marketing. Among, for example, shipping or logistic companies, you would find good practice and bad practice, but there has been an increasing number of the good practice examples. You can see great surge of, for example, of use of, for example, chip technologies in logistics. Mr. Kovařík most likes on Slido go to a question concerning further direction of the European Union. The question concerns the greater competitiveness of Europe. What is going to happen over the following 5 years when you're still going to be in the parliament? What's going to happen in terms of regulation and innovation? The second part of the question is perhaps simpler. In terms of regulation, I would very much like to see that aside from the existing regulation, nothing much new happens. But we will see. All of these new rules that have been adopted recently are gradually coming into effect. It will be a great challenge for the users, for the regulators and supervisory bodies. The major regulatory acts have been adopted on the first level of the European legislation. Obviously, in the following years, the European Commission and other institutions will have to adopt secondary legislation, guidances, and so on that will sort of specify the current existing legislation. So I would very much like to see that no major new regulatory acts are adopted in the nearest future. Let us rather analyze whether the existing regulation has the impacts that we want to have it. New regulation will also require a new approach to the interaction between the public and private sector. The AI Act is one of the first ones that allows for creating experimental environment, sandboxes within the European Union, where companies can join in order to test their innovations to make sure that they are complying with the regulation. And as for the competitiveness, long-term competitiveness, it shows that competitiveness of Europe has been underestimated recently. The latest figures and of comparison with other global blocs show that the European economy has been losing its competitive advantage. And one of the reasons is that it is not among the top leaders, especially in digital areas. And we should not focus only on the competencies of experts, but also, for example, on the business environment. We must verify whether the regulation is not overburdening the businesses, because this would lead the businesses to leave the European ground and go elsewhere where the environment is, let's say, more liberal. There is also a political level to it. It is a political issue. I know it is quite sensitive at this moment when the European Parliament has been just newly established. The question is, is there a support for the coalition between Renew Europe and EPP-ECR, whether it is it's more a rightist topic? Well, this is only a week after the newly established parliament has been launched. We only had some opening discussions and the first meetings. There has only been a debate about the key positions in the parliament. As for the political challenge, the important thing for us is to interact with the Commission and other groups based on our program priorities. We are talking about some key regulation or legislation in climate or migration policy. So when we see that our program priorities are being addressed, then of course we can support the fraction. But as I said, there have been no such regular discussions yet. And it will take another month before we get to it. Well, I'm glad that we were able to discuss this topic. Another question. One question concerning the fact that you have not mentioned the market. Wouldn't it be a good idea to sort of break or hinder slightly the regulation and leave more room for market and the natural market regulation mechanisms? Professor, please.
We mentioned the market in some way. Well, first of all, we said that we in Europe live in a social market economy. So we have a market, and another element is that looking at how the market works and how organizations, businesses, and public service, all entities interact with individuals as citizens or customers. This is at the core of the acceleration process we mentioned. So, and this is the market at large. Plus, there was quite of a significant assertion when you said change hurts, and I think maybe I hope this is not what we will remember this morning, but this is quite a central issue. Change hurts, and how to dealing with change is requires a combination of know-how from businesses themselves, and I often tend to think that nowadays knowledge, science, know-how is even more important within companies, within businesses, than in the education system, than at universities. And if you look at the research budgets of the big companies, are 10 times, 100 times bigger than our public research budgets. So the science knowledge and the change factors and change accelerators, I would say the burden of this process is within the organizations, within the businesses, within the companies, with some help from the education system, with some help from the state. But at this particular juncture in time, what is central for, in particular for us in Europe, because you said that we in the Czech Republic are conservatives. Well, look at France, look at Italy, look at many other European countries. So this is the generally speaking, we in Europe are relatively more conservative than other other regions, other continents. We have a burden of history. Plus, we have a social model, which, like I said, has its advantages, but also some makes things a bit heavy sometimes. So yes, the market is we are in a market economy. The market forces, plus I think I didn't mention the importance of the financial sector, because in Europe the technologies are there, the technological know-how is here. Very often what is missing is scale, and scale requires strong financial backing. So in the soon-to-be published Draghi report, there will be a mention of enlarging financial entities in Europe, because so market, finance, organizations, interactions between organizations and the public. So this is the market which will be quite central to the future evolution and digital transformation in Europe.
Děkuji mnohokrát, pane profesore. Děkuji.
Thank you, Professor. Mr. Vojnar, you wanted to respond in a way. When we talk about markets, we should not forget labor market too. In the Czech Republic, the regulatory framework still reflects a situation that there was back in the 60s. So many of the principles and provisions in the labor code, regardless of the amendments some 20 years ago, the provisions are based on a completely different type of economy, centralized economy that paid no attention to small and medium-sized businesses, had no concern about their development. So this requires a major redesign, revision. The labor market has been frozen. We have one of the lowest unemployment rates in Europe on the one side, and at the same time there are virtually no movements among jobs, businesses, sectors, and this is not helpful. This requires to be changed. There are multiple causes of that and multiple ways to address it. One of them is revising the work and the functioning of the job office, labor office, and explaining through this labor office to people how much they are threatened unless they continue with their lifelong learning. So the education and lifelong learning is a path that will lead the people from catastrophe to success. There are many people among the population who still do not realize this. We mentioned Denmark as one of the role models. There is an enormous fluctuation of jobs compared to the Czech Republic. In the Czech Republic, you would see basically no fluctuation. So there are many topics that we see, and we want to translate them into practice. This is what the industry calls for, and unless we move on, we won't change the situation. Thank you very much for this appeal. I know that don't do a lot. Julia, I don't want you to talk about the situation in the Czech Republic, but in Germany. What is your experience with hiring new staff, especially in digital technologies field, in AI? What is the way of your collaboration with the universities, with the youth, and generally your functioning on the labor market?
In Vault, for example, we have several of tech hubs across Europe, so in Helsinki, in Berlin, and we hire people from all over in Europe. If they are experts, we offer remote working for those people. If they have knowledge and expertise in this field, we're very flexible. Therefore, we were always able to also attract candidates with certain expertise in this area. In Berlin, there is quite a startup scene, and also bigger companies like Amazon. I previously worked for them in Berlin, and they also have a tech hub there, same as Zalando is a company invented and built in Germany, and they also have a big tech office there with a lot of employees, with a lot of scientists, machine learning engineers. So, yeah, it's been growing.
Děkuji mnohokrát. Pane profesore, jestli vás můžu...
Thank you. Professor, could you follow upon what Vice President Vojna mentioned, the situation in the Czech Republic where we have the extremely low unemployment, and you mentioned that yourself, and at the same time the locked labor market and low economic performance. So this is big contradiction. The business is calling for an improvement, but there is a frozen situation.
You said it. The labor market we have in Europe is not conducive to change. Whether we are, well, what I will say is anathema, of course, but we are not ready in Europe to accept, you know, the kind of a pink slip on a Friday at 5 p.m. they have in the US. So but contractual matters are very important, and unfortunately, I would say, some things will have to change. So, but changing things doesn't mean necessarily changing the nature of the contracts. I'm treading on very delicate waters here. How to make, you know, people, persons, we have to consider them as persons. What to make people, how to make people accept more changes. I think we will need some meta. Sometimes with I don't know, the salary people get should be disconnected from the work they currently do. Some things but you are perfectly right. We are, like we said, at a very low unemployment level, and the labor market is not flexible at all. And whereas in other regions of the world, the industry and the economy is undergoing another revolution, some people compare to the first and second industrial revolution. So we are in a revolution, and this revolution cannot take place if everything stays the same. But now everything has to change for things to stay as they are. And what has to stay as it is our social model. But for our social model to be saved, things should change.
Děkuji mnohokrát. Pane Kovaříku, pane poslanče ze slajda.
Thank you, Mr. Kovařík. Do you really believe that the European Union has ever been the leader in digital economy, and what are the obstacles? Well, we were at the top, and there were lots of internet bubbles, things like that. And in Europe there were businesses that were highly competitive, including the Czech Republic. Czech global mammoth and the leader in cybersecurity, Avast, is a company that has been among leaders. So there are many examples, and as Professor Pogoral said, we are lacking the scale. Yes, we are able to generate, perhaps not global champions, but major businesses. But the issue is the scale. Sometimes they are not able to hit the global market. Sometimes they leave Europe for other territories. So yes, we are able to develop skills and human resources potential, but once they need to achieve the scale, there's the issue. There is lots of administrative burden, and they may find their life elsewhere easier, especially in the field of digital technology. It's easier for businesses to leave, to move elsewhere, because if you are an industrial plant, it's sort of difficult for you to move. Yes, you can definitely relocate, but it will take a while. But if you are a purely digital business and you have experts around the globe, regardless of your key market, then you can take a completely different approach, and that's one of the key challenges. Mr. Vojnar, the theme of this topic is the return to the first economic lead. You seem to agree with Mr. Kovařík that some businesses may find it easier to work or to operate abroad. Are there any businesses arriving to the Czech Republic to pursue business here? Well, I am not sure how many businesses are incoming or leaving the Czech Republic right at the moment, but the discussion on our return to the first economic league goes beyond the framework of this conference. We often hear about the trap of mid-sized income or mid-income. The way from low income to high income was very difficult for many economies. But basically the Czech Republic has the only chance. There is no other chance to be taken. And the whole Europe around 2040, 2045 will be at the top of its population peak. Then there will be a decline in population. So we definitely need to use the knowledge-based economy and to exploit it as much as possible. We've talked about innovation and creating conditions for prosperous societies. And there is one thing that I perceive very urgent in terms of changes, and that's the way of education. I've mentioned STEM schools, STEMs, curricula, and we need to be more open towards talents. This is not about hiring a digital talent, a digital expert. No, we need to develop young people example. We hear about the example of Mr. Mikolov. There is no sentiment included or in place. We need less regulation, open environment, predictable environment, R&D environment supporting innovation. We've witnessed a very frustrating debate concerning taxation, R&D taxation and tax deductions. I'm not going to reiterate it, but this area is full of emotions, and we should really focus on our weaknesses in the innovation area, and we need to be willing. Where there's will, there's way. The executive implementation part of the execution is our weakness. Yes, I can imagine the emotions that you've referred to. One question from Slido to you, Professor. What, in your experience, can be further accelerators of change?
Very much. Though we are engaging into a work at the European Liberal Forum, and all the members will be involved in what could be change accelerators. We are just at the beginning. We think that, like has been said, putting together around the table, academics, executives, people in the public sector, union representatives, is a first step to help implement the change mentality, what is needed. Then a second point is, I think that big consultancies should play a major role, because big consultancies have an experience. Of course, they have many drawbacks, and we know about this, but some big consultancies really have competences in organizational change. And I think the dialogue between companies and big consultancies, possibly academics, modestly, I don't know, is another element. And one last possibility. At some point, we mentioned, possible experiments, and we could have free zones, some areas where we could experiment with less regulation, with less technology regulation, possibly less labor regulation, I don't know, under some control, but the results of those experiments could then be transferred at a larger scale. So those are just, like I said, it's just the beginning. I don't have the answers. I just know change accelerators are needed, and all contributions to this issue are, of course, welcome.
Děkuju mnohokrát. Děkuju mnohokrát.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear panelists, for being here with me on stage, discussing economic transformation as an opportunity to return to the first economic league. Professor Pogorel, Mrs. Niemann, Mr. Vojnar, MP Kovařík, thank you for being here with us. Thank you for sharing your ideas with our dear guests. Thank you. And thank you for your smart questions. I did my best to take advantage of them. Thank you for this great panel. Thank you, Teresia, for being such a fantastic moderator. Please give her a round of applause. So now we know how to get rich, how to stay on top. What role will be played by all sorts of digital instruments such as AI? Please start thinking about it, because this is what we are going to discuss in a few moments.
Dámy a pánové, zdravím vás do onlineu, zdravím vás zároveň i zde.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome online. This is our last debate before lunch, a very important debate. Welcome to the world of tomorrow with AI, and there are friends of mine which makes me especially happy. I'd like to ask my guests to join me on stage. Don't be shy. Come on.
Tak, lepší skvadru na toto téma.
This is the greatest team we can possibly have. And our moderator will be Markéta Jedličková, AI and data scientist from Kruxo, who's also my friend. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this panel discussion. We shall see in the future in the fast developing world of AI. AI is already impacting our life. It helps choose or find new medicines in medicines. It provides smart cars. It makes our life and work easier. It can work with big data. It can adapt. It can generate text and pictures within a very short time span. There are new applications emerging, and it also provokes questions regarding ethics and private data protection. And we hope that the ideas of our panelists will help you better understand the world of the future with AI. I'd like to welcome the guests, our guest Tomáš Mikolov, leading Czech scientist in the world of AI from the Czech Institute of Informatics, Robotics and Cybernetics of the Czech University of Technology in Prague. Lukáš Kačena, CEO of Prague AI. Jeremy Rollison, Senior Director of EU Government Affairs, Microsoft. And Karel Havlíček, member of the House of Deputies of the Czech Republic. Please use Slido for your questions, and we'll get back to them towards the end of our discussion.
Before we move to the future, let's have a look at the key events from last year. In 2023, financing of AI was 8 times higher compared to the previous years, reaching $25 billion. Beside OpenAI, Anthropic, Meta, and these large players, Mistral AI was established in France, which focuses on open source AI development based on language models. Mr. Rollison, how do you see the chances of European companies for achieving competitiveness on the European level?
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. So I'm based in Brussels, and I like any opportunity to get outside of Brussels, because I do see a lot more enthusiasm around the capitals, and it's places like Prague that makes me really optimistic about the answer to your question. I think there's a lot of excitement around AI, understandably so. There's also a lot of challenges, and we don't want to minimize some of the risks, and I'm sure we'll talk more about that. But there is a lot of excitement, there's a lot of optimism as advances in generative AI in particular have made this more real over the past year. And when you go across Europe, you see the talent that already exists. You see, the skills in a workforce that is already actively engaged in this space. And we're seeing exciting things that our customers are doing with AI in partnerships with others and leveraging these platforms to create all the different use cases that you mentioned, whether it's health, whether it's manufacturing. I think we talk a lot about generative AI, but this has been an exciting space. It's moving really, really quickly. So quite optimistic about the opportunity for Europe to compete in that sense. Now, alongside of that, and especially from where I'm based in Brussels, this is creating a lot of concern from politicians and policymakers. So the rules that are in place to make that as innovation conducive as possible plays a huge role in the answer to your question. We need clear rules in that space. We need to know the bar up to which we can compete. And I think particularly European startups and smaller to medium-sized enterprises, need that clarity if they're going to be successful. But I'm much, much more optimistic than pessimistic, given the excitement that I see amongst our customers and in places like Prague and elsewhere.
Thank you very much. In the last During the last year, there have been many more cyber risks, cyber threats, and deep fakes. Mr. Havlíček, you have been subject to deep fake in a video which was distributed in the internet. In your experience, what is the way to defend against it? Thank you for invitation and thank you for the question, but there isn't much to do in defense. This, what happened to me and what happened to many others, has been rather amateurish. So when you watched it for a moment, you realized the image there wasn't myself. But in a couple of years, the technologies will develop and you probably won't see the difference then. And it, of course, it will get in your way and it will affect not only politicians, but many other people who are known in one way or another. Just let's have a look at what happens in culture, in show business. We have seen that voices are stolen, are being stolen. Songs are sung by people who have never actually recorded them. And this, of course, infringes the author, the copyright and so on. I myself am not in favor of regulation. I believe that to a certain extent this over-regulation is to the detriment of the Czech Republic and EU, but I think that there will be certain level of regulation required because this would be unacceptable without regulation. Of course, we will try to defend against misuse or abuse of stolen identity and so on. I already spoke about it in the early breakfast meeting. We talked about the risks and opportunities of AI, and we agreed that there are multiple great opportunities in health, science, education, and so on. But we need to be aware of the major risks that will be related to certain ethical issues. We will have to draw the line between what is acceptable, what is not acceptable. And once we manage to do this, and it will take more than 1 year, we will have to translate this into some kind of legislation, regulation. And we will have to identify the truly dangerous aspects, and we will have to put hold on it. Going back to deep fakes, Tomáš, how many images do you need to generate good quality deepfake? I am not an expert in deepfake and graphic generation, but recently I visited a company that made a couple of minutes of a video recording of myself, and they were able to create my avatar. And so it doesn't really require much. And my comment to what was asked previously, AI is basically an advanced computer algorithm. So obviously it has the opportunity to generate something beneficial and something dangerous. The question is how to draw the line between these two to make sure that they are functional, that they actually protect the human interests and at the same time are not detrimental. The initiatives that have come recently, such as AI Act, simply, in my view, miss the target, because we have deep fakes that are generated in order, for example, to call for a ransom. And these are individuals, these are criminals, but they are not covered by the AI Act, because AI Act is focused on the businesses which in principle do not want to be criminals. So fight against deep fakes is similar to fight against spam. If you train your people 4 times a year against spam, it won't stop spam from generating. So I believe that the discussion in Europe is focused mainly on those threats which we often miss anyway, but we do not give room to the benefits. So if we want to focus on the risks, and if we want to prevent criminals from generating deepfakes to steal money, this won't be covered and addressed by the AI Act. Mr. Rolison, would you like to respond to Tomáš's concern that AI Act is not sufficient to protect us from deepfake?
Certainly echo the fact that it focuses on a different set of applications and businesses than those who are closest to the deepfakes. I would also add that it's not like deepfakes are currently legal. There are other laws in place that would prohibit that type of dissemination. So it's true that I don't think the AI Act to that degree necessarily covers all of that problem. There are requirements in there around transparency and the like that relate to deepfakes. So I think it does touch upon it, but I think what he said is fair. And I just would remind everyone that there are other laws in place, Digital Services Act and the like, that already regulate that space. So it's not like it's an unregulated space today.
Děkuju.
Evropský soudní dvůr rozhodl proti Meta, dříve Facebooku, ve sporu s ním.
The European Court of Justice decided in a proceedings against Meta that imposed on Meta the obligation to update the principles on gathering and collecting personal data. Meta is currently planning to update its GDPR principles. So whoever will be against if you do not wish Meta to use your historical data, you have to proactively click on a form and complete the form. So there have been major objections against this way of resolving the situation. Tomáš, let's say that an individual will not raise the objection against use of the data. So what might be the impact? I'm not sure where we are actually directing this question, but I myself, as a user of these internet services, dislike this opt-out situation. It is really uncomfortable to search for a way to opt out of something that you never wanted to have. There are many people who don't give much care, but of course they are not enthusiastic either. So these are not really good practices of large corporations that have nearly monopolistic positions on the market. And I think this should be the topic to discuss. Why and how we got into the situation that there are big corporations that basically dictate the conditions, and you have not much option to get out of there. I used to work for these big corporations, so I believe it's not really a bad intention in principle, but of course they want to maximize their profit on what they have available. So once again, this leads us to the discussion. If regulation is to protect the interests of economic interests of the citizens of the European Union, we should focus on these crucial ways, on these crucial issues. Everyone is basically contributing to the profit of Google and Facebook. These two companies generate big profits from advertising. They even pay very little taxes here. So the discussion in Europe should be focused on the economic interests of our citizens, because otherwise we will come to no conclusions. It is nice that we are trying, but these are just tidbits, but nothing really important. If we look at the figures, the AI technology in Europe as such does not exist. Mistral is a nice try, but really nothing big. So once again, we should focus on debating the major and important issues. So economy is the crucial one. We should try and find a way to make money on the economy and don't just try and ban everything.
Lukáš, is Europe afraid regarding its data? On purpose? Well, we should start from ourselves. Every one of us should be aware of that. We keep hearing that data is new oil, data is precious. We should not handle them without care. In the past, we heard, please do not post on Facebook that you were leaving for 3 weeks. Thieves will come to your home. But now you need to think about posting pictures of yourself, of your children, because the pictures can be abused to create deep fake, either using your face or your voice. When ChatGPT was launched, we had discussions about what sort of data are used to learn these systems. Some artists then started to complain that they did not want large language models to learn from their works. Microsoft, if I'm not mistaken, has an agreement with New York Times that they can use their texts to improve their products. But at the level of individuals, this most likely will never happen. So we all should be aware what sort of approvals I give. But we are under pressure. We still want to use our favorite applications, Facebook and the like. And here the European Commission can have a positive impact. It can help us achieve certain position, hold certain position, to have certain control over our own data. Thank you. Microsoft has launched AI Copilot, a tool using advanced AI models to increase productivity of users. Apple joined with their own Apple Intelligence. Both technologies are based on AI. Mr. Rollison, how do you perceive this cooperation with Apple with respect to the product strategy of Microsoft?
Thing to highlight is it's a sign of just how much competition there is in the market right now and the importance of partnerships in that space. You know, this is something that's happening really, really fast, and I think it's exciting to see the ways that these companies are coming together. Now, you know, OpenAI is an independent company. The deals they make and the partnerships they strike, you know, you'd have to ask the question to them. But I do think it's important, coming back to the question about competition and focus on economics, you know, we want to make sure there are possibilities for as many of those partnerships as possible to emerge. And I think there's, you know, a lot of fairness in what you were saying about where the Commission could focus some of this regulation, or where we want to look at regulation on the economic side of things. But partnerships like that are highlighting just exactly how much competition is really out there, and it's not just, you know, positive, but it's really breathtaking. This is a fast-moving space, so I think it's largely exciting.
Thank you. Děkuji všem panelistům za vhled do
Thank you, all panelists, for your insights. And now I'd like to move our attention towards future. First, we'll look into innovations, then regulations, and we will conclude our discussion with the issues of ethics and social impacts. In 2020, we witnessed the launch of interesting AI applications, making algorithm sorting more precise. Tomáš, how do you perceive AI in scientific inventions in the Czech Republic, and what should the Czech Republic do to keep up the pace? It's a nice question, quite wide. As you have suggested, AI can help with scientific research. At the same time, there are studies claiming that any invention of today does not have such a big impact as it used to be some 30 years ago, which seems that AI can play a positive role and help us accelerate the process. On the other hand, we human beings are getting a bit lost. We are not able to absorb all new studies and results, and this AI can also help scientists to go through all recent articles to provide some advice where to go, how to pursue their work, their research. So it's a positive role. One more remark. It's important to realize that research in the field of AI is funded mostly by businesses, big tech businesses, mostly from the US. So we in Europe should not think that we as Europe or European states would revert that trend. But maybe if we in the Czech Republic want to play a certain role, then the government should get involved and invest some money into basic research, into AI, to have scientists like Tomáš Mikolov to stay in the Czech Republic, or to attract people from abroad, including foreign experts, to create a knowledge hub, because experts should know that AI sector is a good one in the Czech Republic. So that's one of the things that the government can do. I'm not sure whether I've answered your question actually. Last year at this conference, Professor Mařík said that he was afraid that despite a strong scientific pool in the Czech Republic, there would be no scientific research in 10 years' time because there is no long-term funding available. Mr. Havlíček, has there been any involvement in the past year? Well, nothing has changed, and it brings me back to the role of the state and of the private sector. When it comes to AI support or AI implementation, the government performs its role by introducing AI instruments, by simplifying or streamlining its communication with businesses, by providing basic parameters where businesses and individuals could thrive. In my opinion, science is the base, something very essential. There is a strong generation of very intelligent and educated people who are known at the global level. I had a tour in the United States, and the management of universities introduced their graduate or postgraduate students, and they were from the Czech Republic. They created algorithm, and it made me so proud. I had a meeting with US Navy Research, and he told me that the only country they have a branch in without sea is the Czech Republic, because it has brains, it has great people from universities, from academia. And I remember what Professor Mařík said last year. You know, it's a shame. It's a shame. There are 100 projects covered by the government, large infrastructure, scientific consortial projects. We used to be a country that was strong in innovations, but we tend to focus our projects in a strange direction. We focus on mechanical engineering, for example, rather than AI. And it seems that there definitely will be a brain drain, not in 10 years' time, but much sooner, in 4-5 years. And we used to be top league, you know. Now we are no longer the top lead. We are lagging behind, and that's because of the role of the state. You know, the government doesn't have enough money, but it can create at least the environment for businesses to be able to do their job. Thank you, Lukáš. Thank you, Mr. Havlíček, for discussing so nicely what I have said. I was in the United States last week. One professor approached me and started to talk about Michal Piechowczak. He said that American army approached him and told him, you'd be cooperating with Piechowczak because we know him. And it makes me very proud. You know, funding has been a long-term problem of the whole Czech Republic. We are not able to set the right priorities including scientific research. So we are able to fund many areas, many sectors, but we are not able to choose just a few and to focus on them. And we believe that AI is one of the key sectors we should provide funding. There is great education. There are several leading scientists that we have. There are startups operating globally. There are foreign companies buying those startups or opening their R&D centers. But as a society, as a state, we are definitely lagging behind. AI will definitely impact the whole world. Until 2030, the whole AI market will worth enormous amounts of money, and we don't want to be an assembly room. We want to be the brain. So we need to support academia and research, and this is where we are not successful.
Mr. Havlíček, what would be needed to change the situation if we meet here again next year, so that we could say that something has changed? Well, the most populistic way to say would be to change the government, but change the people is a better idea. We need to have people in the government who understand this. These are elementary principles of economic policy. Stop doing the simple economics. There is some income, there is some expenditures. Let's take a long-term view. One thing is the economic result for a single year, and the other thing is a certain forecast or prognosis. Of course, you will never hit the target exactly. There are certain presumptions, and of course you may be mistaken in the presumptions, or the situation may change. But we can analyze what has happened so far, where we want to go, and then have a certain forecast. So where we want to go, let us translate this into individual segments. Where can we, or how can AI help us? In health, in transport, in industry, in education. Let's translate this into certain quantifiable information, and let's see whether it is worth investing into these fields. Once we do the analysis, I'm quite sure that we will see there is a benefit in investing into AI. Obviously, the problem is that once you start distributing government money, there will be many stretch-out hands asking you, if you invested here, why don't you invest there? When we selected the government-supported consortia project, we didn't want to go across segments. We identified 10 key segments, and we wanted to have at least one project in each of these key sectors or segments. Eventually, we decided to go for a pure ranking, and we simply ranked those 100% by quality, and it resulted in AI projects not being in the top projects. Well, I think that AI fits all of these sectors and segments, so it should be really a priority. I do apologize. Before we move on to regulation, I have a comment on this. When I returned to Europe from the US, there was a lot of debate about promoting AI, research in AI, about catching up with China and the US. after all those years that I've been back in Europe, I haven't seen any of it. We talk about this with Mr. Mařík too, and compared to previous years, the situation is such that last year we had 12 billion Czech crowns under an operational program under the Ministry of Education. And there was a project that was designed by a intersectional group of experts. It was led by Michal Piechowczyk. He has 2 PhD from Oxford. He teaches at the best French university and so on. So this group of people developed the project. It was presented to the officers at the Ministry of Education, and we ended up last among those 50 projects that applied for the grant. And it seemed strange, so we wanted to see what were the criteria and what were the opinions. We saw certain discrepancies, and we saw that in certain cases the opinions were written by people who were co-authors of the projects and so on. So this is the situation with 12 billion Czech crowns available for this type of projects. It is true that the state is not good at prioritizing, but yet another issue and problem is that whenever you have public officers deciding about such specific or technical issues, it is a problem. It can often happen that the original idea was good, but eventually the money will end up somewhere in a black hole. So if we want to catch up with Europe, we are far, far behind. I think we missed the train 10 years ago. And if we want to try and catch up, then some kind of government investment and government support will be needed. Because look at America. Despite the liberal and open market, there has been great investment. With China, it is similar. It's a hierarchized, centralized economy, but there is still room for some of the private businesses. But there was a great support to the businesses, and we have to realize that it won't work in Europe either without the government support. I have fully agree with what you said. And don't talk about subsidies or grants. Subsidy is money given to a commercial company to work better. But this is not a good way. If I invest into research, it's a service of the state. This is similar to investing into health, transport, and so on. So research, often part of university education, it's not a subsidy. It's money collected in taxes. It's redistributed. It's not only those 12 billion, it's around 40 billion Czech crowns in national budget and even more from the European funds. So these are investments that should go into primary research and also some consortia researches, but it's not subsidy. Regulation is an emotional issue. The question is how to give room to innovation and progress without putting at risk human rights. The AI Act was adopted last year, which is focused on regulating AI across the European Union. Mr. Rollins, what are the biggest challenges in regulating AI in Europe?
It's the question that everyone's been asking for several years, and I think the AI Act, tries to strike a balance, and I think the favorite phrase of every politician is always about striking the right balance. That's the easy part, saying striking the right balance. The hard part, as we've seen with the AI Act, is getting to that balance, because there are economic harms and economic interests that you're trying to balance against fundamental rights and the protection thereof. You have room for diversity from one jurisdiction to the next. I think what's interesting about AI is that you're not regulating one product. This really is an ecosystem that we're trying to advocate just the importance of understanding this technology stack as we talk about it. There's infrastructure layers, there's an application layer. We've started talking more and more about foundation models, but then you look at the tooling methods that are there. Even things like electricity and access to energy become part of an AI regulatory strategy. But I would come back to some of the things that were said on the panel. You have to balance out where your goals are. At one end of the spectrum, you could protect against all fundamental rights by just banning everything and eliminate it. I don't think that would bring a lot of economic security, and there would be new harms that come from that. But there's not really a debate about whether to regulate or not. It's about how you regulate and how clear that regulation is. And coming back to some of the competitiveness story, there is a concern that if to be successful at AI, European small to medium-sized businesses need to hire lawyers, where Asian and American counterparts are hiring engineers, well, that's going to implicate that innovation race. So I think the state does have a role to play there, but I don't think there's a debate about whether to regulate or not. It's regulated, it will be regulated, we'll see new challenges emerge that likely need to be regulated, but clarity on the rules is probably, deserves more focus, I would say, than we've seen.
Thank you. The number of regulation provisions in the US has increased by 56% over the last year. It seems that even the more liberal areas follow the model of Europe. I think it's not really the case that the world is following Europe, but the regulation will be on the increase. When I was in America, I could see that it was different. The difference is between who designs and develops the regulation and why. In America, it's technology people who work, for example, at the White House, and they invite experts from the sectors. I visited the White House together with my colleagues from the community who are the consultants and advisors to those who develop the regulation. In Europe, it seems there is a group of people who live in isolation, who don't communicate with the expert community and develop the regulation based on some legal and philosophical opinions. But that's all fine, but if you leave out the experts, those people who actually then generate the AI, then the regulation cannot be functional. And then you will end up with documents that talk about sustainability. When we developed the national AI strategy in the Czech Republic, it wasn't really a good document either. There was no strict definition of what should be done to achieve a certain measurable goal. Investment into AI cannot be considered an institution paying a license for Microsoft Office. So I think we need more pragmatism. There should be more involvement of experts from the community who know the environment. And I think this is a crucial problem. So I wouldn't say that Europe set the example to the rest of the world. obviously, it's quite a natural thing, because whenever you come with a new product, there will always be people, criminals, who want to make money to the detriment of the others. But once again, let us focus on those criminals to prevent them. Look at the internet, how many frauds appeared recently. People stealing money or bitcoins from people on the internet. Let's focus on this first. AI at the moment, as such, is not stealing anything from the society. Of course, we can discuss the deep fakes, but perhaps, again, more money into some cyber police would be more pragmatic. It would make more sense. But generating regulation for startups who will have to complete long columns of data, this really is not the right thing we want to do. Martin Rehag, who runs Resistant AI, one of the most successful startups, he was complaining about the draft regulation. It would have been a major hindrance to his company. He would have to generate hundreds of pages of reports to comply with the new regulation, while his company is actually focused on protecting the users. So the regulation should really be focused pragmatically. If there are criminals who want to do harm, this should be a matter of criminal law, but not of this bureaucratic regulation applicable to all.
Mr. Rollison, would you like to comment on what Tomáš has just said?
Describing that, if you need to hire lawyers to be successful in this space rather than engineers, that is going to harm the innovative capacity of that. Absolutely, and we hear that from startups. If AI can make a task only take 5 seconds, the incentive to do that task is diminished if you have to do hours and hours and hours of paperwork to be able to launch that task in the first place. That is a concern. I think it's a concern too when you look at what was said earlier about attractiveness of investment. When we look at some of the players that were active on the European side of things during the AI Act, their arguments, Mistral was a good example of this, their argument was not that they needed specific rules and the like to compete better with the Americans. They thought they can compete with the Americans. They have a great product. Their concern was investment. And their concern was that the complexity of many of these rules would make it less attractive for investors to see that growth path versus other jurisdictions. It was easier to raise money in the US. So their concern was very much about the complexity of some of these rules. And I think you made some good points. I think one final point is the EU deserves a lot of credit for moving first in this space. And I think they're proud of that. Now, with that comes the benefit that perhaps you get to set the standard that others will follow, but it also creates a dynamic that we're seeing now where others will wait and see how that works. They may keep the good parts, ignore the bad parts, and come out with another version that might be a little more flexible, or it might be this. And we're seeing that all over the world because, again, I don't think there's a debate about whether to regulate or not regulate. It's about how to regulate this space. And so moving first can be a great thing, but in that urge to move first, of course, you run the risk of making mistakes. I think the AI Act was rather deliberative from the outset. They wanted to get this balance right, but then when you see generative AI announcements emerge and there are election deadlines coming up, you have to learn about these things very quickly. And you mentioned the technical expertise. When we say we have to regulate foundation models, well, you need to understand foundation models before you go and insist you have to regulate. So moving first is, deserves a lot of credit. But if you're looking at the way others are monitoring that space, there's a risk-based approach that the AI Act has that I think has been consideration that other jurisdictions are focused on. That makes a lot of sense. Focus the rules where they're at the highest level of risk. But if everything is high risk, you don't have as much of a risk-based approach anymore. So I think others are watching the EU carefully, but may keep some of the good parts and ignore some of the bad parts. And it's still early days, so I think we still have to wait and see. But I largely align to what was shared there.
Já bych na to navázal, jestli můžu, a trošku budu.
Let me be pragmatic and maybe strict. This debate about regulation is nice, but quite useless. The regulation is in place. We cannot do anything about it, but we need to be very careful about the implementation of the AI Act, and it's up to every member state. I am now speaking on behalf of the Czech AI environment, and we should be very careful and carefully monitor the way AI Act is implemented in the Czech Republic. There are many things that are defined in a very general, broad manner, but the devil is in detail. And we'll see how the process will be set, how the general rules will be transformed, and we should follow that. We should support the state in doing that. Most likely we will not have a new ministry or organization established for that purpose. Responsibilities will be most likely distributed across ministries. And sometimes we are very strict. We are even more strict than they are in Brussels. So we should be careful, and we should implement the rules in particular member states in a very similar way. We don't want to be different. So please focus on the way we implement regulations in the Czech Republic. Thank you. AI will not replace human beings, but people who will use it will replace those that do not use it. That was Karim Lakhani said. This quote is quite topical. There is a company that's replaced 1/2 of its team, human team, with AI. And there is a tweet published by its CEO, and after a wave of protests, the tweet must have been deleted. Mr. Havlíček, could you please comment on AI in the world, ethical results, impact of AI and its use in this world of creative organizations? Yes, AI will impact this environment. According to Goldman Sachs study, it says that 20% of workers okay, let me rephrase it. 50% of the tasks of 20% of employees will be taken by AI. The remaining 80% will have 10% of their tasks taken by AI. Blue-collar workers will not use AI to such a big extent. It will apply to white-collar workers, to the field of services mostly, and we must be ready for that. Also in terms, for example, of future retirement or pension system. We are discussing the setting in terms of accounting, but we are not referring to people who will be in their 70s, for example, at that time. The ethics, I can see two dimensions. The first one is ethical, the other one is the issue of personal freedom. And I don't know how to solve this problem. It will require lots of discussions. When I take a look at the ethical problem. Let's have a look at AI. I used to be the Minister of Transport. I can say that there are technologies for autonomous driving. We are very close to vehicles driving autonomously at certain stages. And then there's the ethical dimension, meaning there will be collisions. Will the car move to the right where there will be older people, or will it move to the left where there are kids from kindergarten? This will provoke a highly emotional discussion, I am sure. I also referred to personal liberty. We should set boundaries. What makes sense and what doesn't? Let's imagine I'm driving a car from Prague to České Budějovice, where I was born, and there are technologies that will measure all my mistakes. I was speeding, I did not stop at the sign, and I will arrive to České Budějovice and I will be told what fine am I supposed to pay. So technically we can solve it, and there are many people who would tell you this is a good idea. It would reduce the amount of casualties, but it is in contradiction with personal freedom. You know, I can imagine how emotional this issue can get. No politician would like to have a system that be recording personal wrongdoings and mistakes. So let me get back to the labor market. We sometimes view big consultancies as threats. They keep telling us what will happen in 2 years' time, how many jobs will disappear. I very often use a study that is 2 years old and tells you what would happen in 2025. I'm pretty sure that it will not happen. But I'm sure that changes will take place at a bit slower pace, but still we need to get ready for that change. We in the Czech Republic are the worst when it comes to lifelong learning. People who have a job are not learning. Let me give you an example of one large financial institution in the Czech Republic. They are using algorithms, a sorting algorithm, and there was a team of 10 to 15 people who used to sort mail before. After they started using AI technology, they reduced the team to 3 people. But the people were not fired. They were moved to a different position within the bank. So people are not made redundant because of AI. They are simply moved elsewhere. We should not be afraid that we would lose our jobs, but still at the same time we should be getting ready for the fact that one day some positions will be covered by AI. Thank you. CEO of Salesforce, Mike Bynov, said all data used to learn AI were stolen. Tomáš, is that so? Is that the case? Well, it's exaggerated, but if you want people to hear something, you often exaggerate. So that's why you've provided that quote. So this is just to explain, it's exaggerated. But if we think about it, many data used for machine learning originated at the time when there were no algorithms. People did not know that their data would be used in this way. They did not provide any approval. And it is related to copyright, intellectual property, what belongs to artists. If you paint a picture that is half Mona Lisa and half Picasso using AI, who's the author? The programmer, the scientist who came up with algorithms, or still the original artists, and they would split proceeds half-half? Or are we still required to pay fees to someone who's no longer alive? Maybe we should rephrase regulations governing intellectual property. You know, we should support people who are creative, but if you create something and your work is copied by someone else, you do not receive any money and you cannot create because you need to pay your bills. So you become a shop assistant or something. So the intellectual property system in Europe does not function. It does not protect original authors. It rather protects corporations and the lawyers, and they sue one another for fees to be paid for putting up on TV in a pub, and that's not a system that would protect creative people. And the labor market will definitely change. Creative people will be of a different type. Nowadays, someone who has not studied for 5 years at a university can take a program and sign a software and sign a wonderful picture. Is there any value in it or not? It's been generated in a few minutes. I am aware that some artists refuse that because it shows that their work can be done for much less money. So we should say, okay, in the past, in medieval ages, there were jobs that no longer exist. At the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, 90% of people were employed in agriculture. But this society is rich. Yes, some jobs will disappear, but other will reappear or will be created. So some systems that have been in place for a long time will have to be reinvented. You know, people can work even in their older age. But people are aging, but they can still use computers to work. And we should try to move from the assembly room to the brain of Europe. But we are not catching up with anyone. We don't want to be an assembly room, but we still are. So what I'm lacking here is specific steps, and instead of 100 priorities, we should have just a few. We should be able to set simple rules, create conditions, and that's very important for our competitiveness. Now it does not apply. It's not the truth. We should not congratulate each other for being so great. No, but in the past, Europe truly was great and was able to surprise the whole world. And hopefully we'll be able to reinvent ourselves and show the world what is inside.
V AI Index reportu pro rok 2020
AI Index report by Stanford University suggest two possible scenarios of AI development. In the first one, the technologies keep improving, which has a great impact on employment and productivity. The second scenario works with the regulated and limited capacities of AI. So to close this panel, I would like to ask all of the panelists about their opinion on the future of AI. Mr. Havlicek, AI exists and it will continue developing and evolving as one of the fastest evolving instrument. It is not one segment or sector, it goes across sectors. Tomasz mentioned that Europe has great history, great universities, but it's not enough. The trends coming from China and from the US is such that we are lagging behind, and this is what we need to face and what we need to try and remedy. And it may be the regulation that is leading us to this situation. We have to be open to change. We have to simplify things. We have to analyze the impacts and be sure that we do not overregulate. The simpler the regulation is, the faster the evolvement and development will be. One thing is that at the moment there is a great media hassle about AI, and it may seem that the progress has been much faster than it actually has been. One of the Czech surveys illustrates that there have been many companies that have not even started introducing AI, and the survey showed that they do not have data at all, or they do not have enough data, whatever. The other thing is that progress just won't be stopped. And therefore, the Czech Republic and Europe has to find their position in the global map. As I said, the train, we missed the train already. We have to realize that AI is an interdisciplinary instrument, and we need to prioritize the sectors where we want to focus. And I think Michal Piechowczyk is one of those who say that we should not be an AI colony, just overtaking the technologies from US or from China, hopefully not, and to become dependent on what the others develop. So this is what we should be very careful about. Well, honestly, we already have become a technological colony. If you look at any hardware that you normally use, all of this has been produced in Asia, and software comes from America. Operational systems, be it Windows, Microsoft Office, your search engines, emails. It's America, and this is where the money is generated. So we have already become the colony, but we can still change it, because economy of the European Union of Europe is still strong, despite gradually lagging behind China and the US. We are still economically strong, and therefore we should try very hard to change these trends. One thing that has not been mentioned too much yet is schooling systems and education. When talking about the fast-changing labor market that is going to change much faster than before, that things that do not exist now will be here in 20 years. We have seen that with internet or the smartphones. So it would be extremely suitable to redefine what the expectations are in the schooling systems. What is the priority? Do we want to prepare the next generation for being economically successful in the future, to understand written text, not to be confused by deepfakes? And if we want to achieve this, this will require a major reform of the education system, and the sooner we do it, the better. At a time when we have all kinds of wonderful expert presentations available on the internet, it is not absolutely necessary that each teacher at each school is an expert in 10 various fields. What is more important, to name 10 animals of the same species, or to recognize a pyramid game on the internet? So this is where the education should be focused, and the labor market will require this change enormously.
On an optimistic note, I think we are optimistic about this amidst the challenges, and I'm glad we started to talk about education, because I think it's more a question of literacy as well, and it gets back to the comment about the freedom that you want to maintain here. You know, AI needs to remain a tool that serves any human need that you might have, rather than the other way around. You know, I'm still optimistic because I am using AI, and tasks that used to take me 1 hour now take me 10 minutes, but I never go home 50 minutes earlier, right? I'm still, there's more than enough optimism around human creativity and the way they're going to use these tools that I want to be optimistic. But people need to be aware of the existence of these tools. It's not just teaching people how to code, and in fact, there's good news that AI is also breaking down some of the barriers to some of these industries. You mentioned that earlier. I think there's good news there. I think the challenge is, you know, awareness, and it's education from everything of knowing how to recognize a deep fake, to knowing how to use tools in this industry, to that industry, to this industry. And, you know, we've mentioned a lot about the role of corporations. You know, nobody elected Microsoft, you know, so policymakers do have, you know, decisions that have to be made, and getting that balance is what we all will say, and getting that balance is tough. But this is a different type of technology or development than other things we've seen. We believe this is going to be as pervasive as things like electricity. So regulating is going to be a really wide scope of choices that you have to make, because what does it mean for chips? What does it mean for infrastructure? What does it mean for high-risk applications or automated decisions and the like? So it's going to be a busy space, but I think I'm still more optimistic than pessimistic, and I think if I leave with anything, hearing what was said on the panel, I do think Europe needs to focus on its important assets and making sure that those Czech brains that we talked about see the opportunities to launch those ideas locally here, rather than needing to go somewhere else, either for investment reasons or for access reasons or the like. I think you've heard that post-election. I think there's been a lot of comments around some of the over-regulation that's been seen, but if the focus is going to be on making sure it's attractive to do things here, I'd like to be optimistic about that.
Děkuju.
Thank you. I hoped we would have room for other questions, but we have only 40 seconds left. So if you have specific questions to the panelists, try and intercept them somewhere in the halls. I would like to thank all of the panelists for joining us. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you all know where to go. But if you leave so fast, you might miss some housekeeping remarks. There is an economic forum on digital, unlocking digital potential. That's for invitees only on the ground floor. It's going to be very interesting talk. Catering will be available on the first floor, one floor above. So enjoy your lunch. We have beautiful stands at the exhibition next door. If you still want to listen to me even during the lunch, there will be fireside chats, one on integration of technologies into fashion, virtual and augmented reality, and the second, use of AI in education of
Dámy a pánové,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the lunch. We need to spring you up a little bit. Welcome everybody back on the stream. Thank you for the interpretation. We've had quite a packed morning. We talked about AI, economics, and the economical development. And let's move on to digitalization, which has many facets to it. The next session will be the VIP talk with a crucial question: is the Czech Republic digital yet? We will have two guests answering the question, and I would like to welcome them on the stage. Martin Messerschmidt, Director of the Digital and Information Agency, and Jan Blažek, Chairman of the Board of Bank ID. Good afternoon, welcome. So we have this trio. Please have your water and mics. And our guests in the audience, please start using Slido again so that we put more interaction again into the topic. We have 25 minutes to cover the topic. So let's start straight away. Martin and Jan, welcome once again. Let's start with a question concerning a dream versus reality. During the COVID pandemics, we had a lot of room for improvement. What have we achieved and what was not that successful? I'm quite convinced that COVID really opened the door and showed to many people that things that used to be done in place and could not be done remotely can be done remotely. So it was one of the drivers that pushed forward e-government, digitalization, and it showed that when you are able to do things remotely, the state and the state administration becomes much more robust. Of course, it brings you a lot of comfort. It's much easier to do things within 10 minutes from your home without having to travel anywhere. So we managed to resolve a lot of things. It seemed that we will continue very fast, but I worked in a private sector before. Then I have been the last, let's say, 18 months in the public administration. Things don't progress as fast as I would have wanted to. But we did have some achievements. We established the electronic ID on smartphones. We continue building up hardware which enables communication among individual institutions. We rolled out improvements at the individual institutions and offices, authorities. We redesigned the citizens portal. So we have started offering services to the citizens, but it does not progress and proceed as fast as we would want to. Well, Martin already mentioned many things. I remember the COVID period very well. During the strictest measures, we were at that time establishing the company Bank ID, and we started to roll out the services. So we remember very well what it was like. And if we compare what you can do remotely today and what you could do, or rather could not do for years ago, so now you can apply for admission to secondary school, you can apply for a new driving license, all kinds of things. And also taking into consideration figures, the number of transactions until 2019 and starting from 2019, there has been an exponential growth. COVID definitely was an impetus. It showed us the benefits of home office, and we simply got used to doing things remotely. So if it was up to 500,000 transactions a year and until 2019, and today we are at some 30 million transactions. In India, it's 80 million a day, but we will be there one day. Thanks. We both mentioned COVID, and I remember the first moment when I moderated this event at the Congress Center, and I talked to a colleague from Estonia, Markus Florian, who was one of the panelists, and he said, well, we succeeded somehow. It's basically open source. We managed to do it in a couple of months. We have delegations coming from all over the world, but the other countries are simply not so successful. And he said that all those visitors still have not been able to succeed, even with the example of Estonia. What is our situation, for example, in healthcare? Well, the healthcare sector is very specific. It's regulated by specific legislation, and it is highly reliant on state organizations that are subject to the Ministry of Health. These are service organizations that provide a wide range of services, but historically they were not forced and they did not feel the need to share the data they have available. They would not need to improve the services too much. But this has changed. The Digital and Information Agency hopefully contributed to improving the availability, for example, of healthcare data from the Institute of Healthcare Information. So now we are able to use the data, healthcare data, also for other purposes. But back to comparison with Estonia. One of our problems is that we are not in a position of greenfield rollout. If we knew what we know already and could start from scratch, it would be probably faster and easier. But the problem is the legacy systems, and these legacy systems determine how public procurement functions, how the government, the state, when procures anything, what the procedures are like. We know the public awards are complicated, take a long time. So that's one aspect. We also have a lack of experts in the public administration, unfortunately, because we are not able to pay them adequately. We will get to the issue of staffing later. Jan, not only in healthcare, but what could be an inspiration to us elsewhere in the world? You mentioned Estonia, but I would extend that to the Nordic countries, Denmark, Sweden, Estonia, and let me mention two specific issues. One of them is the community functioning there, the society, there is much more willingness to a consensus. They understand where the benefits are, and they are able to agree across the community if the benefit is sufficient. And the second aspect is collaboration, cooperation between the state and the private sector for the benefit of the people. Either the state establishing the environment and the private sector providing funding. Don't be over-optimistic. It really did take several years to Estonia or to Sweden, several years. In Sweden, the agency was established in 2004, and again, the exponential growth started with COVID, similarly to us. So the digitalization takes time before people adopt it internally. We were warned that the habits change very slowly. And you can see it. Many people understand the benefits, but still they have been used to doing things in one way. So this is sort of an anthropological aspect. In Estonia, even senior population files their taxes online, and they have no problem with that. Czechitas, in collaboration with one of our partners, they translated a Finnish online course on AI, and this is one of the ways to spread the digital awareness and education among population. Then, of course, the situation improves. You both mentioned the collaboration between the state and private sector. Where do you see the major obstacles to progressing in digitalization on both sides? I remember one of the discussions at the Chamber of Commerce when people from crypto and blockchain said, we establish our companies in Switzerland because for us it makes no sense to establish them here. So what should we do better, either on the part of the private sector or of the state sector? I have been in the public administration quite short time, so I haven't I haven't forgotten what it was like. I think there is mistrust. The state is suspicious of the business. They fear they do something sinister. And the other way around, the business is suspicious of the state and the government, that the government changes and what was promised will not apply any longer, and this will hinder the plans of the business. So this mutual mistrust is existent, and we can overcome it by making one another understand better. And I believe that if you work in public administration, you should have more opportunities to switch to a private sector and back again. But this again means more money, because in order to switch between private and public sector and to have a continuous career, the payment, the remuneration rules in the public sector should not be so remote from the private sector. For a business person who wants to start working for the state, the pay is shocking. So this is one thing, but if this can be achieved and the rotation of the experts between private and state sector is improved, it will help a lot. I definitely agree with the level of trust. When we started launching bank identity, it took several months or even years to convince and persuade the state administration that the banks do it to improve and promote digitalization, not to make their profit. Because the state prevented it for a long time. They introduced measures that somehow hindered the rollout, and it lasted much longer. It cost us money. And what Martin says, there should be a dialogue. You need trust. You need patience. You need to get used to things taking longer than normally. You need to reach a community-wide consensus. So trust and patience, definitely. Well, obviously banks do these things in order to make profit, but there is a common interest that they will make the profit if the society functions well, if the economy functions well. So if things work as they should, then the banks can make money. And this is the common interest. Then we will have the benefit that the things work and the banks will make their profit. Well, when talking about profits, I would like to move to the issue of hiring great brains in the state sector and preventing brain drain. I have an anecdote. Early in COVID, the state administration was searching for a senior IT officer, and they offered 30,000 Czech crowns. And someone from Brno said, wrote that he would receive more money for playing in an animated performance at some private event. So for one day, he would get paid more than the offer for a monthly salary was. I have feedback from colleagues who worked in various sectors who worked through COVID one way or another. And then during the tornado in Moravia, we came there to help, and we realized the most advanced IT staff were scouts. But back to serious topics. What should the state do to promote not only the people who bring new ideas, but to ensure that these ideas are also implemented so that the people don't leave for America, for example? Well, first of all, education is a priority. And investments into education are very much behind compared, for example, to Poland, that has improved enormously over the last couple of years. And the general business environment plays an important role. If the young people are able to establish new companies easily and start their business, it's fine. When I still worked at a bank, about half of the administration goes into compliance with regulation, and I can understand that they are frustrated and they look for opportunities elsewhere where there is much less burden. So 50% of their working time is dedicated to regulation. And now with the new upcoming regulations and legislation will be even more burdening. So instead of the creative implementation, the businesses will be forced to comply with regulation.
We'll get to that later. Okay, I've been thinking about it. I think it's true. We should support people who'd like to found a startup and they need to start working on a problem that they'd like to solve. So they are aware of an issue, they have knowledge in terms of IT, they have some specific knowledge, and the truth is they face enormous problems when hiring their first employee. You know, you need to be very brave to hire people when you don't know what sort of revenues you'll get. Startups are usually based on some sort of initial investment. So yes, I do admire people who are brave enough to do it. But as mentioned, they waste 50% of their energy on non-productive activities, and we are not helping. When I think about it, it's definitely important to comply with certain regulations, but if you have a small business with 1 to 5 employees, it's a different phase. It's a growing phase, and we should start supporting them. There may be some politicians, and I'd like to say that the only way to support small businesses of this type is employee shares. Please use this QR code and use Slido to pose questions. Let me have a look. What sort of questions do we have? The biggest challenges in the digital transformation of the state. And there is a question focusing on DIA activities. How do you prepare yourself for new regulation, open data in the state administration? Okay, it's a great question. For me, the Act on the Right to Digital Service is an act that does not fall within our responsibilities. We, however, try to communicate with all agencies that are responsible for compliance. We are not perfect yet in terms of forms, and we are still working on it to put things in order. The most fundamental priority is as follows. This is a tool that should help citizens pursue their right to make electronic or digital filings, all sorts of filings. And if these agencies do not have their forms, pre-filled forms prepared, every citizen can file a document in every thinkable way, and it will be very interesting. So we monitor fulfillment of these responsibilities. We tell them what a form should look like, what an IT system should look like, how certificates should be issued, and we explain the whole set of responsibilities of every agency. Allow me one fast question. Lobbying of banks in the EU Okay, regarding the use of bank ID as an important identity tool, well, I am not an expert in that, but I assume a bank ID will be used by a citizen to log in the European Digital Wallet. 6 million users should be able to log in the European Digital Wallet, and it's really a flagship of digital transformation that should help us and move us forward. Thank you. I know this was extremely brief, that there are still many questions on Slido. You can network with the gentleman in the lobby, Mr. Messerschmidt and Mr. Blažek from DIA and from Bankovní Identita AS. Thank you very much. We are getting forward as the Czech Republic. There was one question, a joke, a question regarding AI archaeologist. I am an archaeologist and I pretend to understand AI, so I'm pretty much an interdisciplinary expert, which is a very important thing. So let us move to the next panel. I would like to introduce our next panelists. In secure cyberspace, we'll be dealing with cyber security. We've discussed many cyber tools, data collection in private and state sectors, but data is stored, and it happened several times that there were leaks, and it caused harm to both businesses and state administration bodies. There is an issue of hybrid wars. There are conflicts in cyberspace, such as during the invasion to Ukraine. Thank you. Our panelists and the moderator, please join me on stage. And please give them a round of applause. Glad to see you. Let me tell you that our moderator will be Lada Hospodková, machine learning researcher from GEN. Lada, thank you for giving me the floor. Welcome to this panel. And let me welcome MP Robert Králíček. Robert Králíček is a member of the Committee for Security and Regional Development. He's cooperated with KIBEX. It's a platform for cooperation of academia and businesses around cybersecurity. Also, I'd like to welcome Lukáš Kintr, Director of the National Cyber and Information Security Agency. Mr. Kintr has been working there since 2015, and in 2017 this agency became an independent unit. Also, I'd like to welcome Brigadier General Mr. Fikes, Director of the Capabilities Planning Section of the Ministry of Defense. Mr. Fikes studied at the Naval Postgraduate School at Monterey, focusing on irregular war and game theory. It's very close to my heart. And also, I'd like to welcome Jakub Ludvík. Jakub Ludvík is the Chief Security Officer in T-Mobile. Click Proclit was a project that Jakub Ludvík promoted in cooperation with the police and the Ministry of Defense, and it is focused on the safe use of the internet and is designed for senior citizens. Thank you. So I work with Gen, originally Avast, before we merged with NortonLifeLock, and we are engaged in consumer cybersecurity. That is the security of particular users and people. So that's why I'm here to moderate this cybersecurity panel. Allow me to quote for some forecasts for 2024 issued by Gen. It is expected that AI will support cybercrime in 2024. Capabilities of AI will become very diverse. Cybercriminals will use tools to transfer text into video, and thanks to this progress, it'll be more and more difficult to distinguish between regular and deepfake videos, especially in the case of edited videos. Cybercriminals will use AI to create malware and to operate all sorts of vile campaigns, and they will engage in activities such as fraud, creation of disinformation, bullying, deepfake, and fake audio and video in real time. Social engineering will become more and more common. Cybercriminals know that the easiest way is to manipulate human emotions, which is also called human engineering. Criminals will use the content generated by AI. They will spread false advertisement, false news, fake news, even news that will look like news generated by trustworthy sources. Business communication compromise attacks will also occur, where faces and voices of managers will be used to create fake videos and fake messages. Let me start with the issue of digital freedom and privacy. Where does digital freedom stop, in your opinion, and how to provide for security? There are lots of activities taking place. The environment is different, so I can enter the space, I see something, but my neighbor can see something very different. This is because of cookies. It's tailor-made, it's customized to suit my needs. In the real world, there is the police, the army, to keep me safe. But in terms of virtual space, what steps are taken by the state and the army to provide their citizens with safety and security? Can I start with you, Mr. Králíček? The police and the army operate in cyberspace too. Besides, all of us is responsible for our own security. It really does not make any sense to promote any act that would relieve us from the responsibility for our own acts and our own behaviors. I believe that the virtual space is very similar to the physical space, to the real space. We should act in a very similar way. and we are not supposed to pursue criminal activities, otherwise the police will become interested. So there is really not a big difference. We all remember the very sad event at the Faculty of Arts in Prague, and we've been discussing the possibility of recognizing faces through the CCTV system in the city. So what do we want? Do we want privacy and will be more secure, or will be less secure but will get more privacy? Very similar issue applies in the virtual space. Do we need a boundary? If yes, we need to discuss as a society where the boundary is to promote safety.
Good afternoon. I do agree with the MP. Unless we want to change the paradigm of functioning of the internet, we can't expect major changes. Compared to the real world, attackers in cyberspace have more room. There is simply more space to become anonymous. But in the real world too, it depends on where the attacker decides to attack, and it can be easier or more difficult to intercept the attacker. Good afternoon. When I listen to the MP, I don't think there is much to add. Obviously, there is the Czech army to protect the country from the external threats. Even on the internet, there are certain borders, and we can protect in some ways against the external risks. If you have really enemies of the state, you can intercept. If you have an airplane flying over your territory, the army can intercept if it's an enemy airplane, and the same applies to the cyberspace. The only thing you need to consider is making sure that the interception is not more damaging than the attack itself. Does it already happen that army or the police monitor actively, proactively what is happening on the internet? Do they intercept in one way, or do they sanction any behavior? Well, the sanctions are the task of someone else. The operators monitor what is happening. The army is reliant on the authorization to use force. So there are specific laws, legislation which stipulates how the army and when the army may intercept and apply force, when the army can proactively block certain activities of the enemy. If there was an attempt to overtake the networks, the army again may come may have its say. There is a need of regulating the coordination of the forces. Good afternoon. I personally believe that there is no privacy on the internet. There is always just it is a matter of agreement between you and the provider of the services. You, using your services, enter into some kind of a convention, and the provider guarantees that the data you provide won't be misused or abused. But otherwise, basically you can't think there is any extent of privacy on the internet. And this is where the regulation and legislation should come to way to maximize the protection of privacy. A second aspect of the security, we all should be aware that internet, in principle, is an insecure space. There are a number of risks that you have to take into consideration. Firstly, you need to continue educating yourself. This is a primary requisite. The best investment into security on the internet is a qualified and educated user. So there is no security, there is no data protection, but you can do something about it. We will probably all agree that the most vulnerable part is always the user. The users are exposed to scam messages via SMS, calls, social media, email, etc. Social engineering techniques are used for these messages. The DEF CON conference is an excellent place. There is a specific section dedicated to this type of crime. That it is very useful to see how this social engineering and these social engineering techniques work, and how they can influence all people. Some 70% of all frauds and phishing and similar can be developed much faster with generative models. They can be much better targeted. So is there any way how to fight against them? Yes, you can fight against anything. We face this type of attacks every day, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of messages that come to our users and also to the company. We have, of course, reports on the number of attempts. It's really and truly thousands per week. The attackers try to obtain anything that will get them money, either a number of your credit card or access to your account, and they will come up with all kinds of methods to obtain them. Social engineering is really interesting. Today you have cases of the fake bankers. We often are confronted with the cases of lonely senior pensioners who are alone at home. They want to talk to someone, and this is what the attackers work with, and they gradually convince and persuade their users to share the private data and eventually get hold of their money. You already mentioned that T-Mobile has its Click Proclit as it's a campaign, awareness-raising campaign. Banks have a similar one. We try to persuade and simply communicate the information and educate our customers. We want to explain the existing cases. We collaborate with the police to prepare model cases, tell our clients what they should and what they should not do on the internet. It's a pity that we do not have anyone from the police present. They would confirm that there has been an exponential growth of such cases. It's really tens of thousands of cases. And it's quite impressive how the attackers work. You may have noticed that the Czech police, in collaboration with the Ukrainian police forces, intercepted a large center of such social engineering attackers who had a widespread network and were selecting potential vulnerable victims. One of the aspects, obviously, is the use of social media, where you can find very detailed private information. The attackers always look for information that would help them get closer to you. Often it may be a common hobby. Apart from this, there are also technological solutions. We, the operators, have multiple methods how to block the fraudulent websites or email addresses. But again, we need to have a sufficient legal framework that will allow us to block a suspicious email address. This is where we need collaboration. I could talk for another 2 hours about the frauds, but I will hand over to my colleagues so that I don't get boring. The Czech army basically use the same methods for our active impact on the enemy. Obviously, you always use the weaknesses. We could be talking for hours about how to do it from the other side. I think that what matters is the comprehensive approach. The operators have to do everything they can so that the use of the services is as secure and as comfortable as possible for their customers. We need to set the reasonable limits for functioning of the cyberspace. You have already mentioned the awareness-raising campaign of the banks, where we are partners. One of the recent campaigns was a series of 3 spots which show how the attacker can try and manipulate the victim. We hope to place these spots on TV stations throughout the summer. In the autumn, we will have yet another round of the campaign, which will be targeted in a slightly different way. In any case, we always need to bear in mind that the solution is quite simple in principle. You need to hang up when you feel there's something strange. Try and verify with your official banker or with the office. What the attacker can do is to pretend the call is coming from the right number, but they are not able to intercept your back call. So many of the successful attacks are based on the fact that they start offering something free of charge. And this puts you into a situation when you lose cautiousness. Simply be aware that when there is something extremely advantageous that you are being offered, it means that the advantageous product is you. So don't provide your personal data, don't share it anywhere. Remember that wherever you leave your personal data, they can be found by the potential attackers and they can use them to raise trust.
We've said almost everything, so I'd like to emphasize something. We use big words such as critical thinking, etc. But what really is important here is education. We had one subject on civil matters, and that's something that we should have now. Children should be taught about cybersecurity, to have an overview, and they should have common sense and maintain their common sense as they are growing up. We are discussing a new act on cyber security, which also covers protection of her supply chain. We've been discussing it for a very long time, and once we have it, it's not perfect. No act will ever release us from our own personal responsibility. Sometimes I get a message from my wife and I keep thinking what sort of attack it is, and I must employ my critical thinking. When Petra Kvitova, Mr. Benish, offers great investment with 30% interest, and Mr. Babiš offers me Agrofert shares, then I am 100% sure that it's fake. And it's up to us to distinguish between true and false. 30% interest per annum is a nonsense, and we should not think about it. We dealt with all sort of energy companies and things they offered. They kept offering dishes and carpets, overpriced goods, and there are still people who are willing to buy them. Please don't do that. Start in your own family. Do not lend your smartphone to your children. Think what you allow them to do with that smartphone. There is no 100% protection by someone who'd assume my own responsibility. You said that raising awareness and education is our primary goal, but there are also other ways how to help users, and perhaps people will mistrust internet and the contents, but that's the purpose. When you see something on the internet, you should be able to assess its relevance, whether it's relevant or not. So we all should be prudent at all times, because the environment is not trustworthy. There is some paid content. It's most probably okay. The information is most likely relevant, but there is also content featuring Mr. Babiš offering Agrofert shares, and it's no longer okay. And we have to employ critical thinking and keep looking around. When crossing a street, you take a look to the left, to the right, and the same thing should be done on the internet. There are many rules of navigating or browsing safely. So every time when you take your smartphone, when you hold your smartphone or your laptop, we should remind ourselves of those rules. Cyber attackers have many ways that they can use. You know, a regular thief will hit you and will steal 500 crown banknote from you, but on the internet an attacker might pretend that he or she is someone else. There is no personal interaction, so we definitely should be prudent and stay alert. And then there's the technical part. We should employ spam filters, and there must be a spam filter for false websites. There is a regulatory framework that allows us to block websites that are dangerous in terms of gambling, for example. So the private sector and the government should keep discussing, and they have been discussing it. We do our best to fight this problem, but without engaging the users, we will never be successful. Any other ideas from our other panelists? Well, the technologies used by attackers are very frequently used, but they can be also used for defense. We only need to learn how to use them. And it is also important to think about the way we use them, whether they should be used automatically or based on a business model, and it's again up to us as the public what sort of pressure will be exerted on the operators of platforms, whether they should block the content or not. So a network, so there are social networks. They own the content, they moderate the traffic. There is no one else, such as the police or any other paid service, that would help me navigate. Everything is owned by the social media. Should there be any regulation regulating this space? My personal opinion is yes, regulation can help, but short term. It will take us some time to prepare such regulation, and the attacker will be very much ahead of us. And once the law comes into force, the attacker will have 10 other methods how to cheat, how to attack. So rather than coming up with further regulations, we should opt for a different solution. In the rest of the world, regulations are not that frequent. So how do we play this game? There where there is profit, criminals will go and will get the money. If it starts to hurt, we'll go there and we'll help there. So it's a flow. There is a flow. I agree with the fact that you need to be crossing streets while looking to the right, to the left, but you do not go to no-go zones, right? No, you know, there's no need to check individual messages. I wonder whether spam cause more harm than regular individual messages. You know, in cars you have airbags, fuses, safety mechanisms, and you do not think about putting them on or off. There are hard rules. And in the same way, there should be an automatic solution that would help me prevent crime. You mentioned that we should hang off. I do not hang up. I do not hang up when I see unknown number. I'll call them back. I know it has certain limits, but that's what I recommend to my mom. Do not hang up. Please call them back, because once you've hung up, you are caught and it's almost impossible to defend yourself. So please choose your sources. My boss was saying something about reading newspapers, but it can be hacked. Choose the right sources, such as books, renowned, well-established sources. You know, when you use social media, that it's your problem, it's your reality. There are those people saying nasty things, but it's up to us. And when it starts to hurt and we start losing money on it, we'll stop doing it. There are, you know, enormous losses in place.
I do agree that anonymity in cyberspace is fundamental. If you were required to log in with your bank ID in social media, it would solve a lot. You would leave a clear digital trace. Once I finish my career in politics, I will erase all my social accounts. But there are many people who are courageous or even aggressive in cyberspace, but they wouldn't dare to be similar and behave in a similar way in real world. But this still does not resolve everything. We need to have certain regulations, certain borders, and you need to complement it with education. So you have to combine all of these aspects. We will probably share new response that you wouldn't have heard before. Responsibility, personal responsibility, regulation. You could call this campaign prevention, repression, depression. You can't just try to threat people, and we see, or at least I see, many parallels with the real world behavior. Of course, when you walk along the street, you are not as anonymous as you are on the internet, because you have a face in the street. So once you are anonymous, probably it gives you more strength, it gives you more courage, but that's the major difference. But the individual responsibility for your behavior is identical. So there is no one-off single recipe. It has to be a combination of all measures, of all kinds of measures. But if you ask the audience about cybersecurity, which of the politicians would you have in front of you? Whom would you imagine? None. And I think that there should be a sponsor on the government side, someone who represents the face of cybersecurity issues on the part of the state. The private sector won't be able to promote or resolve cybersecurity without the state, and the other way around. So the state will need the private sector as well. We don't have enough staff who are qualified, who understand AI, who understand digital tools. The EU has currently adopted the AI Act. It will be the Czech Telecommunication Office that will be in charge of implementing and supervising this act. They don't have enough staff. Where will they get them if they don't have enough money? We will need the experts in other institutions, state institutions and authorities as well. This is a topic that I see as very important. We need to keep pace with the dark side of the cybersecurity. What we should also try to promote is to design the new tools, new networks in such a way that they are a priori safe and secure. We have already heard before lunch that we are an AI and digital colony, and we do not have the tools even inherent in the networks, but we have the AI Act. Thank you. So we talked about how the users can try and protect and defend themselves. But if we have the attacking groups, they are often based abroad in Asia, in Africa, elsewhere. And the attacks that I have in mind at this moment are those that try to get hold of some money. So how should the international collaboration work? The groups also get better and better, and we need to keep pace with them. We need to try and eliminate them, to make sure that there are not too many of new ones appearing and emerging. And we can't do that alone. We need international collaboration. I don't want to talk on behalf of the police, but the cybersecurity offices collaborate very much. And at least from what I see among the police, I know that the international collaboration in police works too. This helps and contributes to international sharing of information. So it works. If there is any country that is unwilling to collaborate in any area, especially in cybersecurity, such country cannot be our partner. So obviously the attackers will try to attack from countries that are not signatories to the Budapest Convention. And then, of course, it is more difficult to intercept or to take measures on the institutional level. Does the government have any tools to, for example, sanction the countries that are not signatories? There are ways, but you don't talk about it. The international law is some kind of anarchy. There is not always the enforcement level is not such. There if we want to do this, we would be putting borders again. We would be limiting the global network. And it is, again, a question whether this is the desirable effect. From my personal experience, I am sure that the security forces do collaborate on an international basis too, but it is always in a mode that cannot be discussed openly in public. So we shouldn't think that there are no tools or instruments. The international collaboration works quite well. If you remember the BIS public report, some of the information was even shared with the public. There was a question about whether army has taken any action already, and we do have a case of interception of an actor in the cyberspace who was not behaving correctly towards the country. Once again, many of the attackers are simply criminals who want to get hold of your money. So they use all kinds of technological attacks to get hold of private data that would get them to the money. In this area, the collaboration works very well. There are multiple information channels that help us share the information about potential risks, and of course then you can respond to it. There are multiple companies, institutions, organizations that analyze the work of the attacking groups, and based on the patterns they can identify the vulnerabilities, and then of course then the providers are able in response to these vulnerabilities to adjust, update the networks, patch them so that they become more robust and become more resilient. So more or less, we are able to follow the trends of the attacks, the patterns of the attacks, and respond to that. Second area are cyber attacks against a specific country to harm the country as such. And then it is the military intelligence that comes into play. And I can imagine that collaboration, the international collaboration in public administration, is very similar to what we do in the commercial segment. So there will be experts collecting information, sharing the information, and identifying vulnerabilities which lead to patching these systems. So the international collaboration is definitely important, because any experience from one player can be reflected in security settings that the other partner can use. This definitely works within Interpol, within NATO, and within all kinds of organizations that are engaged in protecting the security of the individual states and of the various organizations. One of the highly discussed topics today is AI, and the generative models are on the increase. It is less and less demanding to generate a deep fake video. It is becoming cheaper and easier than ever before. And it can be very difficult to distinguish what is true and what is not. Initiative C2PA is aiming at creating a universal certificate of authenticity. try and put a review generated by AI and put it on TripAdvisor. It will be erased in a moment because the tools can recognize the AI. But of course, the borderline is quite thin. We should put a lot of effort to distinguishing between what was created with a certain live mind and what was just generated automatically.
It's again up to the person who shares the content to provide for a signature of AI. So the generator and the one who shares it should also be held responsible. There are deep wake videos shared by renowned dailies and renowned websites, and it's their responsibility. They should be held liable. They should know who's their client and they should apply AI sign or signature. So it's the whole chain should be liable. And the consumer, of course, should use common sense and verify information. We should not trust everything we see in the online space. Yes, it has to do with the authenticity certificate. The content should be authenticated. Is there anything else that you'd like to add? The initiative as such can help. The question is to what extent the publishers will use it. If they use it massively, then it can be an efficient solution. If it's not used so massively, then it will most likely not help. It will not harm anyone either. Normally websites comprise certificates of genuinity. Does it help? Yes, a bit. But also we assume that AI is still more stupid than man, but I am no longer sure about it. When we start using the certificate in a larger extent, someone will definitely try to falsify it. So it's a table tennis, a ping pong, as always. As we mentioned, the purpose of crime is to get money from individuals and businesses. It's difficult to get precise data concerning amounts of money stolen, but it must be billions of crowns per year only in the Czech Republic. What is then done with the money, in your opinion? There is a granny, her money has been stolen, but what's going on next? What further impact such theft can have on society? Mr. Králíček? My experience 2 weeks ago, I communicated with health insurance company. There are some surplus payments. I destroyed some documents. I communicated with the lady. Send me your bank account number and we will send you the money. And I wrote her, no, your electronic ID is not right. I'm going in person. I'm going to give you that bank account in person. You must be prudent. I almost filled in fake portal with my bank account number. It was Sunday afternoon. We had barbecue. I was in a hurry. I was going to sell something. You have a problem, you have difficulties selling it, and all of the sudden there is someone to help you, someone that will who will rid you of the goods that you have at home. And you must stay prudent. I almost gave the attacker my account number, and theoretically he could get hold of the account. And I was like, oh my, I am supposed to be an expert. This is what I do for a living. And I almost failed. So it's psychology. And if the attacker reads you well, okay, so those people get hold of money. They use them for further development. So as you can see, the money can be used against us because we do not know what sort of people is supported in this channel. Some people lose large amounts of money, and these large amounts of money are used by criminal groups. Too bad there is no one from the Czech police. They most probably use it to develop their business. You know, stealing money is a business. You make profits in an illegal way, okay, but it's still a business activity. You can view it from different perspectives. You can fund further criminal activities. You can fund state anti-governmental activities. There are many ways how to use the money, but in my opinion, in 90% of cases, it's a criminal that takes the money, goes and buys an expensive, luxurious item. But as I'm saying, as I've said, too bad the police is not here. Maybe some secret army operations could be funded through that, such as in Northern Korea. That is what I was going to say. Around the globe, there are states that are quite isolated. North Korea, Iran, and they miss certain interaction in the global economic world. So this is how they make up for that. But in the Czech Republic, these groups are not amongst the most dangerous ones or active ones. They just do it for living. They increase their lifestyle level, life standards through that. Anything to add? No. 3 days before my payday, I receive a notification that I won $1 billion. Okay, I think the thing that someone has been robbed and deprived of money is not just a problem for that particular person. It can also support a group of criminals. Same with those people who sold pots to senior citizens. They sell overpriced items to a vulnerable victim. I get their money, I am happy, and they are sad. So as you can see, the modus operandi is still the same. The sellers of overpriced items, they do not operate so publicly. They no longer invite you, join us for a trip, and you know, there was a movie, as you can remember, there was a movie about old people buying those blankets and parts and everything, who were deprived of their honor, and that there has been a nationwide discussion about that. But regarding cyber attacks, there is no such discussion yet. Or the film V síti, it also provoked a huge discussion. I forgot the name of the director of that film, so perhaps we can make a movie about cyber attackers. We keep saying too bad the police is not here. Well, the police have only partial visibility, which causes them problems. If we take a look at the amount of if we take a look at what the police sees and what the banks see, there are huge discrepancies. And then there's the person dealing with secondary victimization. He is the one to whom the harm was done, and he's afraid to raise the hand because he's afraid of being laughed at. And that's what we should learn. Rather than laughing at those people, we should try to learn something from them. Thank you. Let's move to disinformation. We mentioned that criminal groups can obtain money from different sources, and we should take care of the people who are the victims of these activities, because the money can be used to promote disinformation attacks. For example, they focus all sorts of age groups. Sometimes they are focused on 30+ generation. It's a generation that still used newspapers, radio. But how about the impact on a 15+ generation? They very often only know memos and tweets. They live in their bubble, and they are offered just particular source of particular type of information. And if there is a group that like to promote its interest, it's able to impact a large group of young people, such as through impacting students at secondary schools. What's the role of the state here? How do we react to that? Perhaps 15+, they are too old for enlightenment. You need to speak with very small kids. Teach them that there is something like that, that they need to move out of their bubble and see how the world really goes. But they are still at schools, they are pupils, students. The society still have the opportunity to teach them how to think critically. But at the same time, what I see as a big problem, it'll be fine for teachers to be able to explain, but who's the educator of educators? Who does teach teachers about these issues? How should we motivate students to get out of their bubble, out of their box? Well, this is a highly political discussion, and I think this is not the right platform. You are using one word that is overused, and I do not want to use it. It's a forbidden word. The word disinformation. If I do not agree with you, I'll tell you you're a disinformant. But the society is polarized in the Czech Republic, and it's very difficult to get out of the box. So in my opinion, this is quite a complex topic. 10 minutes is not enough to discuss it, and it's highly political. I am representing a party, I am not representing the other party, but, you know, if we abuse the word, we use it all the time, we hinder discussion with an opponent with a different opinion. We tell people you use disinformation. Okay, but who's the authority? Who's the one to trust? Who's the one who'll tell you the difference between right and wrong? Are there politicians and educators in the public space that you believe so much? It's about emotions as well. We believe someone, we don't believe anyone. I have friends, I have my gurus. I look up, but there are people whom I do not believe. Hello. We lack authorities. We lack people whom the society will believe, will trust. We hate people with different opinions. As you can see, the issue is really complex, highly political, and we do not have enough time to discuss it properly. But in my opinion, this world has been degraded because we overuse it.
A very brief response. It is true about the complex issues, but you will always have disinformation in the original sense of the word, like the earth is not round. I think that if you say this is disinformation, it's not a problem. There's evidence. If we have evidence that the earth is round and I say it is flat, then I'm saying I am telling a lie. I think you made it more political than it was intended. I think once again this is about having the critical mind, leading students not to trust one single authority, to motivate them to search for other alternative opinions and try and create their own opinion. It's difficult. When you look at the children or the young people at the age of 15, they won't spend more time than 3 seconds for searching information. And this is where there is room for the semi-lies. Disinformation is something that works with information that might theoretically be truth, even though it's not, and can be used to manipulate the people. So this is how I perceive disinformation. Disinformation can be explained, why a lie not. But it is really a difficult task to motivate young people, 15-year-old young people, to motivate them to verify information. It is a task for the parents very much. It makes the difference whether the parents just leave the child with a mobile phone or whether they keep discussions with them. Of course, the children may not believe their parents at this age, but at least you plant the seed. And this should really be a matter of the family. But once again, disinformation is half truth, half lie, which is intended to manipulate the intentions of people. Part of the cyber security forces is being involved in issues and matters of manipulation and so on. I need to agree with Mr. Králíček. Each piece of information has a certain truth value. If you say disinformation, it bears some additional emotion with it. And talking about disinformation doesn't really help. The best attack is through truth. It is hard to revert. If you use truth, you don't need lies at all. You can talk all the time as you want. Of course, searching for truth is the history of mankind. But fight against disinformation, which has this political tint, is very difficult. And it's always like that. Certain terms lose their original meaning with the emotional connotation. And language is a communication tool which should be used to unite the nation. So we should not be using words or terms that have been misused, that have been misleading, and so on. I do not object to looking for a truth, but we have this history of the original idea that the Earth is flat. Then we came to the conclusion that the Earth is actually round, but then we found out that it's not so round anyway. So we may be mistaken, and I think this should not be the task of schools only. It should be a task of the families as well. The trouble is the quantity of information. And with this quantity, you can't simply verify each piece of information. How would you do it anyway? Whom would you ask? You need to find your way, your safe way, where you will have the solid points and hold on to these solid points, and this will help you lead through the labyrinth of information. I really dislike when we tell the children they are young and they are lazy and they don't want to spend time in searching and verifying information. Thank you very much. My conclusion is that we should try and motivate the young generation to search for the truth and trying to find their paths. Well, just keep our fingers crossed that they don't end up like John Huss. We have just a few minutes left, and I would like to look at Slido. And one of the questions is, what is your opinion on the chat control, which is a piece of legislation that should basically eliminate privacy in chat application? Do you have any information on it? Can you comment? It is an initiative that tries to follow a desirable objective, but the implementation is not functional. because the attackers will find other ways and we will lose another platform. What do you perceive as the biggest threat and at the same time a challenge for the Czech Republic in terms of, say, cybersecurity? There are many things. It's difficult to choose just one, but let us, the collective one, raising awareness of cybersecurity across generation is the biggest challenge. So thank you very much.
Já moc děkuji.
I would like to thank the dynamic panel and the historical reminiscence and Lada Hospodkova, who moderated this panel. So a round of applause for all of them. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what is ahead of us. We will have a 15-minute break. And after that, the last panel of this day, and then wine, glass of wine and networking. So let us resume in 15 minutes.
Dámy a pánové, jsme živě online, což znamená, že přestávka již končí, ale nebojte se.
Ladies and gentlemen, the break is at its end. Please be invited back to the hall to the last session on security of communication infrastructure. I hope you refreshed yourselves, and let's have a look what's ahead of us. In the previous panel, we heard a lot about cybersecurity, and you had plenty of interesting questions, and I would like to continue with the dynamics even through this last panel, because we are going to talk about security of communication infrastructure, which is important not only for businesses but also for the integrity of the entire country. Welcome the last panel on the stage. After the handshake, I would like to introduce the moderator of the last panel, Tereza Tumová, Executive Director of the Association for Internet Progress of the Czech Republic. Tereza, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome and thank you for staying with us until this last, definitely interesting panel. After this session, we will have time for a glass of wine, so don't leave us. It is a great honor to welcome all of my panelists. I wonder where to start. I will start at the far end. I would like to welcome Juraj Šedivý, General Manager of Setin Group. Next to him, Jiří Grund, President of the Association of Mobile Network Operators. Welcome. General Radek Haratek, Commander of the Czech Cyber and Information Warfare Command of the Czech Army. And next to me, Marek Novák, Member of the Chamber of Deputies of the Czech Parliament. Thank you once again for coming. You have a glass of water in front of you. You have microphones. You can get hold of them as you wish. This panel is dedicated to security of communication infrastructure. Since we are at the Digital Czech Republic conference, so it might lead us to look at communication infrastructure through the prism of security. But first of all, let us realize that communication infrastructure is absolutely vital. Without it, no transactions can be done, no healthcare will be done, no education will work. So this is really fundamental, and it requires investments, it requires knowledge of interests and enhancing resilience against such risks, which again in turn requires not only investments but also perhaps taking new measures that will keep up with the pace of the situation. There are two layers to communication infrastructure: the physical one, the hardware, and we don't really need to talk to it too much. But then data level, that's protocol, services, applications, security elements. Let me open the discussion by saying that we are definitely not in a green field. So security has already been addressed for some years. There are certain settings of the security of communication infrastructure already. So tell me, what is the condition of our security of communication of infrastructure, not only in terms of cyber attacks, but also in terms of general types of attacks? If we are not in the 0 point, where are we? Mr. Šedivý. Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for invitation. We are an operator operating communication networks in the Czech Republic and other countries. Of course, we are aware of the competition. We know where they are. We know where the national situation is. And we have not seen any major disruption of the communication infrastructure, which means that the security measures work in one way or another. But this should not make us complacent, because obviously we have already heard that there has been a fast development, and that the communication infrastructure is the chassis that should transfer the sensitive information, messages or consignments to the destinations. And we see that the fast development of other technologies is not accompanied one-to-one with a development of security measures. As the architecture of the application changes and the functionality of applications is dependent on communication infrastructure, but the security does not seem to keep up with the speed of development of the other aspects of the infrastructure. So we need to put a lot of effort into it. Mr. Grund. Thank you. Talking on behalf of Czech mobile network operators, we are definitely in point zero, not in a green field. Our sector implements 900 security and safety measures imposed on it by national legislation. So they are technical and organizational measures that the operators already perform on a regular basis. This does not necessarily mean that the environment is 100% secure. There have been hundreds, even thousands of attacks. But for the security staff, it's a daily business. Over the years that the operators have implemented the security, none of the operators was sanctioned in a major way for any major breach. So that's one viewpoint. Another viewpoint is that being a security manager in such a large company, be it a mobile network operator or a bank or another big institution, it might be a dream job. The security departments in such large corporations would be the only one that has ever-increasing budget. And the increase is quite substantial. And no one in the management or on the board will complain about increasing the budget, because usually the managements now understand that security is so important. That is why the investment is really allocated for this area. There is a lot of effort to attract high-quality professionals to these departments. I noticed that T-Mobile is the partner of today's event. T-Mobile has a research and development center in the Czech Republic for cybersecurity, and it's not intended just for the Czech network of T-Mobile, but for the entire European network. So whenever there is a issue in Germany, it is addressed by experts here in the Prague Center. So it's a good mark for the experts in the Czech Republic. The Ministry of Defense and the Army is in a slightly different situation. The dependence on mobile operators, on the networks and on the critical infrastructure exists to a certain extent. But the Army has to be able to operate even if there is a blackout of all other types of infrastructure. That is why we have our proprietary infrastructure that is operated in parallel to the civil sector. Starting from some year 2007, we have supervision points, and we have been developing the secured infrastructure long term. The latest trends in the Army currently include rollout of rapid reaction teams. In case there is an issue, the teams should be able to help also in other crisis situations, not only in the military area. The Army has been helpful, has been involved, for example, in disasters, natural disasters, and the similar intention is related to this kind of security. Until recently, the Army has operated old Russian technology, which was able to communicate, not perhaps so well as the more modern technology, but it was difficult to hack. Recently, we have had new advanced communication systems, and they exchange data and information among themselves even without the immediate intervention of the operators, of the users. And therefore, it's much more vulnerable. Therefore, we have to focus on defending the hardware, the technology from attackers. We are talking about sophisticated enemies that on state levels. So it's quite a different level. The protection perimeter, the fence perimeter is extending, and on the infrastructure it's multiple extension. So that's about security of army systems.
Zaznělo hodně, ale jako nejsme v bodě nula.
We've heard a lot, but we are not at point zero, believing that there is no danger. We'd be thinking about paying to those who blocked the operation of our hospitals, of our emergency services. So, no. At the political level, we communicate with the sector, including defense sections, defense units, but we are not ready. You are never ready. There will be new threats in place. If I look at what we discussed 2 years ago, then we've gone very far, very quickly during merely 2 years. But we should also not exaggerate. We should be very prudent, but we should not panic, and we should not take hasty measures. We should analyze all risks very carefully and only then choose the right solutions. And that's why politicians should also be involved. All right, we are not in the green field, but we will never be completely ready. We must stay prudent. Allow me yet another question. Is there a difference between being ready for cyber attacks at the state level and in the private sector? Because on both sides there is some money that can be spent on that, also some risks related to cyber security. So is there any difference how far these areas are from one another? Well, I am representing the state sector, so let me start. Well, it depends. My colleague said that being chief security officer in a private company is great because you have unlimited budget. Well, the budget of the state is limited, but the difference is not that much. Every business adopts security measures as wished by its management or as seen fit by its management. So some parts require very robust protection. They are updated on a regular basis, and same applies to the state. The government has operated some systems for 20-25 years. Some patches would be required, but the government does not have enough money for that. So I really believe that patches are also used in private sector, perhaps not in large banks or large enterprises, but there are also smaller companies, and I believe these are not 100% secure. So this is not just about the money. Yes, we also need to realize who's spending the money, who's distributing the money, whether the right amount is sent to the Department of Cybersecurity. The opinion of the private sector, I only see what's in the media, such as that there was a cyber attack on a hospital, against a hospital, and what the consequences are. There are attempts to attack mobile network operator. Then there is a blackout for a few moments, but within several dozens of minutes they are able to receive support from hundreds of experts, including foreign experts, and they are ready to start working on the problem immediately. I wonder whether the state has the same opportunity or the same capacity. You know, if you have a business and you offer a service to your client, then the security aspect is one component of that service. If a client buys something from me, providing his data, then I must be a trustworthy partner and the client must trust me, otherwise the business will never be successful. We are now discussing the Act on Cybersecurity. The government is sort of patronizing us, telling us what we should do to be as safe, as secure as possible. And we explain to the state that this is something we have already implemented because our network must be secure. You know, 100% security does not exist. There will always be systems that can be penetrated, but the thing is, how do I deal with such a problem? Do I have mechanisms to provide for security within my organization? In the United States, there is JCDC organization. It's a cooperative, a platform, gathering information about security incidents. All governmental agencies, units, large operators and utilities, operators of landlines are part of that system, and it's the whole platform operates as a cooperation of the private and government sectors, because there are some things that we as businesses are not able to identify. It's the role of the state. They are supposed to tell me, look, this supplier is supplying you critical components, but their intentions can be vile. So that's where the government can help. So I believe we should find a balance, including a regulation. There must be some regulation. If there is a small business, you know, taking care of its customers, dealing with their customers, they do not perceive security risks. And a regulation should help them in that. There should also be some financial compensations. That's the price that must be reflected in the price of the end product, the price of digital transformation. But we really believe that the cooperation between the state and private sectors is something very useful. Yes, you are right. The cooperation between private and state sector must exist. Public sector is able to the private sector is better in reacting to cyber threats, as they are very flexible. They definitely do not want to lose their business. In terms of public sector, we all know that sometimes it's difficult to receive information from the state, especially when you are at the bottom of the whole structure. So we should discuss how to improve communication in cyber security and how to provide support. Regions and municipalities with extended powers will have to deal with the directive and implement the directive, which means that they will need 1.5 FEP, but they don't have those experts, IT experts. So we must come up with a solution how municipalities will pay those people if there is an there are also other technicians that will not be happy with the money given to IT people. They will also ask for a wage, for a salary rise. So this definitely will need support. This has to do with NIS2 and its transposition to the Czech law. The new directive will apply to 500 entities, roughly. Some believe that the amount of entities impacted will be 5,000 to 6,000 or even 12,000, and there are large costs related to that transposition. We will need HR resources, human resources most. The transposition will take place in August, so within a year or two we'll need a huge number of cyber experts to take these jobs. Where do we get them? Will there be any requalification courses? Will someone certify them? Whether their education level is sufficient? Is it up to the municipalities to deal with that problem? Will they be able to share an expert? You know, the idea of several municipalities sharing one IT guy seems dangerous to me. So where do we get those people? How do we pay those people? How to deal with this issue? Okay.
Do toho vyšrouboval do toho tématu personálního. Já bych se toho v uvozovkách šérování ajťáků na úrovni ORPček až tolik nebál. Jo? Myslím si, že je to jedna z možností, ale samozřejmě nemůže to být něco překotného. Že my si musíme uvědomit vlastně, že ta služba musí být 24/7. Jo, takže já bych si to tady docela dobře dokázal představit, pokud se to správně nastaví mezi těmi obcemi. Opravdu až tak bych se toho nebál. No, kde vzít lidi? Pamatujete si někdo na termín digitální dekáda, která byla vyhlášena v rámci Evropské unie? Řešili se tam ajťáci, řešilo se tam budování sítí a já nevím, co ještě. Čipy se tam řešily, už vím, soběstačnost. Jo, takže tam byly velké cíle, bohužel tady to téma svým způsobem úplně vymizelo. Jenže nejhorší je, že když my se začneme bavit o lidských zdrojích, tak i když jsme dneska na digitální konferenci a spíš jako to téma jsou ajťáci, no tak já můžu začít instalatér, malíř, řidič, učitel, lékař. Jo, takže my můžeme mít jakékoliv akční plány zaměřené na konkrétní specializaci, ale prostě ta Česká republika není nafukovací. My tady máme nějaký počet narozených dětí, které nám za 5-10 let nějak vyrostou, něco vystudují. A asi tady bychom se měli zaměřit, co chceme, Ale třeba zrovna u těch ajťáků a zrovna na těch obcích se můžeme bavit o tom, že nepotřebuje vysokou školu, že dneska i z těch průmyslovek nám chodí šikovní ajťáci. Jo. A to je potřeba si zase říct, máme k něčemu ty tabulky mzdové, nebo už konečně začneme lidi platit za práci, kterou odvedou. Jo. Kdy konečně dáme tu možnost tomu governmentu, aby odměňoval ne na základě tabulek, které jsou dané zákonem, ale na základě toho, jakou odvádějí lidi práci. Jo. S tím bojujeme na úrovni obcí a krajů dnes a denně, prostě je to špatně. A pokud chceme se tady bavit o tom, proč je ten soukromý sektor v uvozovkách lepší nebo pružnější a nebo dál než ten stát, tak tohle je jeden z důvodů a tomu je potřeba se neustále věnovat a říci si každý jeden krok, co s tím udělat. A třeba zrovna ty tabulky je jeden z těch kroků.
Děkuji, mě jenom napadá, že takového instalatéra asi ze zákona potřebovat nebudu, zatímco zákon mi bude nařizovat, abych měla někoho, kdo mi ten bezpečnostní audit a ty procesy jako projde a bude za ně zodpovídat. Mě by zajímalo, jak si armáda poradí má dostatek kyberbezpečnostních pracovníků, má pro ně nějaké speciální studijní obory?
Tady v tom si myslím, že jsme opravdu trošku v unikátní situaci, tím, že máme vlastní univerzitu v Brně, tak už před nějakými 5 lety jsme vytvořili nový obor, kybernetická bezpečnost. Vlastně tento rok máme první absolventy, kterých je bohužel jenom 8, pro nás teda celkově myslím 12 absolventů. Nicméně do toho prvního ročníku, který teďka bude nastupovat, tak je tam zájem zhruba 50, je tam 50 zájemců. Takže ten počet se v průběhu let navyšuje, myslím, že ve třeťáku teďka je 30 vlastně studentů a to by mělo pokryt vlastně potřeby armády. Opravdu tady ta část, co se týká našeho oboru nebo vlastně té kyberbezpečnosti v armádě, tam bychom měli být zatím pokrytí. Ten zájem o to studium je enormní, kde je vlastně kde je zájem, taky je ten zájem těch studentů. Nevím, jestli stejně reagovali civilní vysoké školy, protože přece o z dvojce už se pár let mluví, všichni to mohli očekávat, takže jestli ty studijní programy vytvořili nebo ne, to je jedna věc. Na druhou stranu úřady práce, pokud vím, nabízí spoustu rekvalifikačních kurzů, které se teďka vlastně rozjeli. Jsou další projekty, myslím, že tady CETIN taky podporuje naši sousedi v Brně, je nějaká nezisková firma Čekitas, zaměřená čistě na ženy v IT a v kyberbezpečnosti. Takže ty projekty se postupně rozjíždí, jak říkáte, nemusí být každý vysokoškolák. Jo, ta vysoká škola si myslím, že tam není podmínkou. U armády je to výhoda, oproti těm středoškolákům, prostě v armádě ti vysokoškoláci vždycky budou mít nějakou výhodu, ale nemusí to tak být. Jo, to je za nás.
Jo, než předám slovo dál, tak ano, existuje skutečně na úřadu práce dotační program pro třeba obor penetrační tester v rámci kyberbezpečnosti. Jo. Přispívá se až do výše 50 000 korun. To mě zaujalo, když jsem zkoumala, jak moc se podporují tyto rekvalifikační kurzy. Takže si můžete stát penetračním testrem. Je to prý i pro maminky na mateřské dovolené, což zase nevím, jestli, ale tak asi to jde dělat i tak. Jak vidí...
Se z nich stanou nebezpeční hackři na mateřské dovolené, mají spoustu času.
Myslíte, že mají spoustu času? To sem do toho panelu nepatří, něco bych o tom věděla, ale budíš. Jak se kouká na dostatek nebo nedostatek lidí telekomunikační sítě, mobilní operátoři, jak to vidíte? Máte jich dost, máte kde brát, nebo si radši ty lidi školíte sami tak, aby odpovídali přesně vašim požadavkům?
No, lidí je určitě málo a je jich málo všude. A myslím si, že to, jak jste řekla úplně na začátku, že vlastně se chystá nějaká směrnice a pan poslanec správně říkal, kolik požadavků na vlastně tisíce, možná 10 000 pozic v tom soukromém sektoru bude, aby ty jednotlivé firmy splnily tu povinnost té směrnice, tak to je vlastně jako, ona je to do jisté míry hrozba, že se to jako nepodaří naplnit, protože ty lidi na tom trhu jednoduše nejsou. A teď jsme zpátky u toho, že pokud se bavíme o té NIS 2, my to tady máme tendenci říkat, jako že už je to hotové, že už je to schválené. Ono to schválené není, ono to teprve půjde do parlamentu a je potřeba nahlas říct, že ta forma, jakou to Národní úřad pro kybernetickou bezpečnost zpracoval, tak je daleko přísnější, než je ta samotná směrnice NIS 2, která vzešla z luna Evropské unie. Takže já vnímám, že je tady furt prostor v tom legislativním procesu se bavit o tom, jaké by měly být ty mantinely, jak by to mělo být přísné, kde by to mělo začínat a končit a ten konečný důsledek toho právě bude, kolik těch bezpečnostních odborníků budeme potřebovat, protože nejhorší, co můžeme udělat, je udělat nějakou normu, jejíž důsledek bude, že firmy potřebují tisíce bezpečnostních odborníků a ty lidi na trhu nejsou, tak k čemu pak takovouhle normu děláme? Jo, tím zase jenom zahltíme podnikatele, bude to znamenat obrovský biznis pro spousta konzultačních firm, kterým budou dávat razítka, že něco splňují, ale nebude to mít žádný reálný efekt, protože ty firmy se stejně nebudou umět bránit, když ty odborníky mít nebudou.
Zase navážu. Samozřejmě jedna věc je NIS 2 a z ní vyplývající povinnosti firem, operátorů a dalších a souhlasím s tím, to by nemělo být byrokratické cvičení, které bude vyžadovat spoustu kvalifikovaných odborníků, kteří budou vyplňovat nějaké tabulky a budou formálně sice plnit nějaké úkony a úkoly, ale na reálnou bezpečnost to nebude mít vliv. To si myslím, že je subjektem toho dialogu momentálně ještě stále mezi státní správou nebo NÚKIBem, který tvoří tu zákonnou normu a odborníky z privátního sektoru, ale myslím, že to probíhá. A druhá věc je pak to reálné nebezpečí, kterému čelí menší, velké firmy, operátoři a tam si myslím, že bude akutní nedostatek odborníků, tomu čelíme my. Já teda na rozdíl od toho, co tady zaznělo, určitě nedávám svému bezpečnostnímu řediteli neomezený rozpočet, ty hranice tam vždy budou. A teď jde o to, jak efektivně se nastaví ten systém z hlediska vzdělávací soustavy, z hlediska školení, z hlediska možné automatizace těch kontrolních procesů, z hlediska nástrojů, které se můžou připravit pro ty menší podniky, tak aby nemuseli zaměstnávat tolik lidí a samozřejmě znášet finanční dopad. Takže tohle skutečně je všechno na tvorbě nějakého ekosystému, ale zase na druhé straně tak, jak asi ani pozemní dopravní systém nebo letecká doprava ve fázi svého bouřlivého rozvoje nakonec musela přijmout nějaké bezpečnostní opatření a dneska, chvála bohu, letadla padají velmi výjimečně, no tak budeme muset i tuhle infrastrukturu, která je teď v překotném vývoji, zabezpečit a to nás ho čeká, takže tomu se nevyhneme.
Pan poslanec chtěl reagovat?
Já jenom jsem chtěl doplnit, protože co se vlastně stalo? Ona se zase stala jako ta neskutečná chyba, kterou udělali politici nebo někdo, kdo měl nějakou ambici, udělat z nařízení NIS 2, což je prostá transpozice, zákon o kybernetické bezpečnosti. Jo, a to je vlastně celé, co to zkomplikovalo tu debatu, tu diskuzi, protože my už jsme svým způsobem implementaci NIS 2 mohli mít za sebou. Pokud by tady nebyla ambice udělat na základě NIS 2 nástavbu a udělat z toho kompletní zákon o kybernetické bezpečnosti pro Českou republiku. Jo, protože se vyvolaly neskutečné diskuze, nejsme schopni se domluvit. Politici mezi sebou, politici se sektorem a sektor vlastně mezi sebou kolikrát taky ne. Jo, a je to prostě neskutečné. A my jsme tady touhle chybou, která se dělá velmi často, že se na transpozice něco lepí, naprosto znejistili trh. Jo. A to je zásadní chyba, protože co se samozřejmě díky tomu stalo? Jo. My máme přibrzděné budování sítí, jo, protože ti, kteří je budují, tak vlastně neví doteď neví, co s tím zákonem nakonec vyleze. Jo. A to je neskutečné a tohle je zásadní chyba, kterou vlastně politik by neměl dopustit a je mi teda líto, že tady musím být za ty politiky.
Bavíme se pořád o té NIS 2, ona, ať už v rámci té transpozice do zákona o kybernetické bezpečnosti nebo v té své původní podobě, obsahuje spoustu i nových povinností, nebo respektive tím, že dopadnou na subjekty, kterých se doteďka nedotýkala, tak na ně dopadnou nové povinnosti, se kterými doposud nepočítali. Takže ty, kteří už měli nastavené nějaké parametry, tak jsou ve výhodě. Ti, kteří nově zjišťují, že pod ten režim budou spadat, jsou v nevýhodě. Bude je to něco stát finančně, v lidských zdrojích a Mě zajímá, jestli tady ty náklady, jak oni se asi nevezmou z žádných rezerv, které oni blahoskloně poskytnou v rámci jaksi dodržování zákona, tak je přirozeně budou, nebo přirozeně zřejmě, případně mě opravte, promítat do ceny svých služeb. Dokážete to nějak kvantifikovat, jak moc? Samozřejmě chápu, že nelze generálně říct, jak moc se to projeví, ale určitě to je rozdílné od malé, střední, velké firmy, od toho, z jakého stavu začíná. Ale jak moc je to pro vás jako zásadní, to promítnutí těch nákladů souvisejících s chystanou aplikací toho zákona?
Já jestli na to můžu reagovat, a já to vezmu trošku v okliku, ale dostanu se i k těm nákladům. My jsme byli před 4 měsíci se 3 generálními řediteli českých mobilních operátorů u pana premiéra, kde jsme právě řešili problematiku zákona o kybernetické bezpečnosti. A to hlavní sdělení, které jsme směrem k panu premiérovi měli, a na tom byla naprostá shoda skrz celý ten mobilní sektor, bylo, že vlastně my nechceme nic jiného než prostředí, kde můžeme předvídat naše investice, kde můžeme mít předvídatelnost investic. Abych byl konkrétní, 3 mobilní operátoři v České republice každý rok proinvestují zhruba 15 miliard korun, 12 až 15, jo, zhruba. Nemám úplně přesný číslo, a je to někde v rámci tady toho intervalu, což je strašně moc peněz. Všichni ty operátoři dneska budují 5G sítě, které všichni začínáte zažívat tím, že máte super rychlý neomezený internet na svých mobilních telefonech, takže vám to přináší nějakou hodnotu, zvyšuje to kvalitu vaší práce, vašeho života a vlastně my, když investujeme na jedné straně ročně těch 15 miliard korun, tak na druhé straně potřebujeme mít jistotu, že když takovouhle investici uděláme, takže ty technologie budou moct dožít svůj životní cyklus v těch sítích. To znamená, že třeba 7 let, což je zhruba nějaký průměrný životní věk těch technologií, tak nás nikdo nebude nutit ty technologie vyhazovat. No a to je právě jeden ze základních sporů, který je u toho chystaného zákona o kybernetické bezpečnosti, kde vlastně Národní úřad pro kybernetickou bezpečnost chce mít pro nás nevídanou pravomoc a je to vlastně největší pokus o omezení svobody podnikatelského prostředí od revoluce v roce 89, kdy vlastně chce mít možnost říkat nám, s jakými dodavateli smíme takzvaně kamarádit a s jakými nesmíme kamarádit. A v tom krajním důsledku by se mohlo stát i to, že když ten zákon začne platit a někdo v Nukibu se zítra probudí, tak udělá takovou regulaci, která bude znamenat, že nám řekne, že musíme do nějaké doby ty dodavatele, které jsme za těch posledních x let zainvestovali v těch desítkách miliard korun, z té sítě vyhodit a budeme muset koupit ty zařízení od dodavatelů jiných. A tím jsem už zpátky u té vaší původní otázky. Můžeme si samozřejmě klást řečnickou otázku, kdo to zaplatí. Samozřejmě, že to zaplatí v konečném důsledku ten zákazník. A ono nejde jenom o to, kdo to zaplatí, ale jde i o to, že se pohybujeme na trhu, který je oligopolní. A ten trh není oligopolní jenom z pohledu těch 3 mobilních operátorů, nikdy jich tady nebude 10, ale on je oligopolní i z pohledu toho dodavatelského řetězce. Vy, když si kupujete vysílač, tak to není, jak když přijdete do krámu, kde otevřete ledničku a máte tam 20 druhů jogurtů. Těchto dodavatelů jsou na světě 3, možná 4 a vy, když jednoho z nich ustříhnete, tak ten zbytek, co vám tam zbyde, tak první, co udělají, tak vám zvýší cenu. A zároveň vám řeknou, stoupněte si do fronty, budete čekat 2 roky. Vedle toho Český telekomunikační úřad stojí v rohu s bičem a čeká, protože vám dal velmi tvrdá kritéria, když vám prodával frekvence a řekl vám, že v roce 2025 musíte mít tak a tak pokrytou Českou republiku. A když ji pokrytou mít nebudete, tak budete platit velmi tvrdou pokutu. A to byla další věc, kterou my jsme říkali panu premiérovi, že my bychom vlastně potřebovali zařídit, aby když ten zákon bude platit, tak aby třeba ten Národní úřad pro kybernetickou bezpečnost a ten Český telekomunikační úřad, než dojdou k nějaké regulaci, aby se chytli za ruce a napřed se domluvili, jestli opatření z pohledu kyberbezpečnostního, který NÚKIB chce udělat, jestli náhodou nepokazí ten trh na té straně dodavatelského řetězce, kde zase má regulační pravomoc Český telekomunikační úřad, a jestli nepovede k tomu, že se konkurenční prostředí na tom trhu nějakým způsobem pokazí. Nám by přišlo přirozené, že tyto dva úřady by se měly dohodnout a přišlo by nám přirozené, že tato povinnost se dohodnout by měla být součástí toho zákona, protože to, co jako podnikatelský sektor nechceme, aby jeden úřad nám říkal něco a druhý úřad nám říkal něco jiného, a to je pro nás ta nepředvídatelnost. A toho my se vlastně jako děsíme. A nebojím se říct, že se toho děsíme, protože nám přijde naprosto přirozené, že jako podnikatelé, které v České republice investují 15 miliard do rozvoje sítí, zároveň investují zhruba 20 miliard, nebo platí českému státu zhruba 20 miliard na daních, tak my nechceme nic jiného než předvídatelné investiční prostředí. My tu chceme tu investovat víc, než investujeme. Ale proto, abychom to mohli dělat, tak potřebujeme mít jistotu, že když zítra něco koupím, že mi pozítří nějaký státní úředník neřekne, vyhoď to, protože se nám ten dodavatel nelíbí.
Vy jste se posunul, ještě než vám dám slovo, trochu už rovnou k té bezpečnosti dodavatelského řetězce. Ta moje původní otázka byla širší a řekla bych neutrálnější, jestli ty ostatní povinnosti, než právě tato konkrétní, která je jistě jablkem sváru ohledně pohledu na tu transpozici mezi soukromým a veřejným sektorem, tak jestli náhodou i když si vezmeme teda příklad třeba těch obcí s rozšířenou působností, které budou muset najmout někoho nebo proškolit někoho, tak jim to přirozeně na to musí někde vzít peníze a ty peníze se k nim musí nějak dostat. Tak teď jestli jako o to méně peněz bude, nevím, v rámci obce na majáles nebo na něco jiného. Oni prostě musí něco škrtnout. A ve finále jako na té bezpečnosti bude tratit ten občan, který samozřejmě bude spokojenější, asi by měl být spokojenější, protože bude mít zajištěnou lepší bezpečnost, ale zároveň přijde, pokud teda nedojde k nějakému navýšení těch financí, o ty věci, na které byl zvyklý v rámci toho servisu té obce, abychom se nedrželi jenom jako soukromoprávních subjektů.
Jestli můžu, já bych to rozdělil na dvě věci a skutečně jedna věc je NIS 2 a s ní související obecná problematika cyberbezpečnosti. A určitě bude stát nějaké peníze, ale to je součástí digitalizace, to je součástí vlastně snažení zjednodušit státní správu, zjednodušit fungování mnoha sektorů ekonomiky. Takže je předpoklad, že ta efektivnost, kterou přináší ta digitalizace, daleko převáží vlastně ten inkrementální náklad, který skutečně bude muset s tou digitalizací nastoupit, včetně komunikačních sítí. Tak jak letecká doprava přinesla obrovskou efektivnost a musí absorbovat náklady na svoji bezpečnost. A pak je druhá otázka, která jako není součástí NIS 2, a to je skutečně české specifikum, a to je otázka dodavatelských řetězců. A s mnoha věcmi souhlasím, které tady padly. Na druhé straně jsme občany a korporátními občany České republiky. Všichni historicky si pamatujeme, že s některými se oplatí kamarádit a s některými ne úplně. A tady nějaká elementární důvěra v státní instituce a nějaké směřování toho státu a k identifikaci těch rizik asi musí být. A plně ale na druhé straně souhlasím s tím, že dneska výběr, a my stavíme telekomunikační sítě v 5 zemích paralelně, dneska včetně té pro O2, tady v České republice, že ta otázka dodavatelského řetězce, kdy máte skutečně 3, 4, možná 5 s přitaženými prostě s nějakou nadsázkou dodavatelů, není jednoduchá. Takže dneska volíme mezi Nokia a Ericssonem, možná Samsungem, ale spíše ne, a nechat soutěžit 2 dodavatele bez toho, že bychom do toho zahrnuli další, je skutečně problematická, skutečně má odraz v ekonomice toho operátora. Ale tady bych se vrátil k tomu, co už bylo řešeno, tohle je skutečně o dialogu a nějakém reálném a realistickém nastavení těch pravidel a respektování životního a ekonomického cyklu těch zařízení, které stojí obrovské peníze a skutečně nutné je nechat dožít, protože jinak ta ekonomika operátora bude tak ovlivněna a ovlivní tak cenu koncových služeb pro zákazníky, že nikdo z nás nebude z toho nadšen. Takže jde o tom přemýšlet, nastavit ty pravidla tak, aby byly sice vymahatelné, ale kontrolovatelné, a zároveň apelují na jakýsi dialog a jakousi soudnost obou stran, privátního a státního sektoru.
Já jenom, jestli ještě můžu jako doplnit jeden takový ilustrativní příklad. Jo? Představte si, že jste taxikáři a že si koupíte novou Škodu Superb, koupíte si ji na leasing, ten leasing máte na 7 let a teďka víte, že každý měsíc musíte svést tolik zákazníků, abyste splatili tu leasingovou splátku a zároveň vám něco zbylo, abyste uživili svoji rodinu. A teď takhle tu Škodu Super budete mít 2 roky, budete ty zákazníky vozit, jim se tam bude dobře sedět, protože to auto je pohodlný. A po 2 letech přijde stát, třeba z důvodu Green Dealu, a řekne vám, stop, vy jste si koupil Škodu Superb, která je na naftu, a teďka my nechceme, aby tady jezdili naftový auta, my chceme, aby byly elektrický, musíte tu Škodu Super prodat, jinak vás nepustíme do města. Jo? A v té chvíli tady tím jedním administrativním rozhodnutím úplně zdestruujete business model toho taxikáře a ten taxikář má 2 možnosti. Buď se na to podnikání vykašle, a nebo tu Škodu Superb vymění za to elektrické auto, ale bude to muset promítnout do té ceny, takže se nestane nic jiného, že ta cena za toho zákazníka nebo pro toho zákazníka, kterého vozí, bude jako několikanásobně vyšší. Jo. A to je to jádro toho problému. Jo. My prostě naprosto respektujeme, že může přijít doba, kdy státní aktéři můžou být velký problém a velké riziko pro stát a pro nás jako pro společnost. Vůbec to nespochybňujeme. Ale pokud se tady to stane, tak jsme přesvědčeni o tom, že na těch nákladech se musí podílet celá společnost a nikoli jeden, druhá nebo třetí firma. A zároveň věříme tomu, že díky tomu, jakou máme erudici a vlastně profesionalitu v té oblasti kybernetické bezpečnosti, tak vždycky existuje spousta dalších způsobů a nástrojů, jak já tu síť dokážu zabezpečit, i když v ní třeba mám část nějakého dodavatele, který z nějakých důvodů nemusí být úplně důvěryhodný. Vždycky to nějakým způsobem jde a vždycky je to většinou mnohem levnější, než jenom tupě říct, zakazuju tě, vyhazuju tě ze sítě a schazuju stožár na zem a stavím novej. To je vlastně to nejprimitivnější a zároveň nejdražší řešení, který existuje a my bychom jenom apelovali na to, aby nás tady v tom politická reprezentace slyšela.
Tak teď má prostor pan poslanec, těch témat bylo mnoho.
S tím, že bych zakázal.
I would definitely make diesel fuel more expensive, that's for sure, but you are right. I want to get a service and I can make it more difficult to achieve, and I am referring to all sorts of businesses, and who's going to pay for that? Well, always all of us will pay for that. If the government pays for that, where does it get the money from? From the public budget, such as for highways, for example. And the price will get higher for end users, and there will be headlines how awfully expensive data is in the Czech Republic. But on the other hand, if it is paid by a municipality as such, and I'm referring to the cost of IT staff, they will have to use the money earmarked for pavements, roads, and the cost will always be borne by citizens. We can either do it in a good way or in a bad way, and we need to choose which way we will go. Is it really necessary to do harm to everybody based on a political decision, or do we deal with a security issue and do we have to look at it from the technical viewpoint? That's the most fundamental question. I've already found my answer, but I need approval of my 199 colleagues in the House of Deputies. Would you like to add something to that? The army does not need to have a reserve for the application of the new directive because you have, financial reserve, because you have your own regime. I think these are standard updates. I am wearing a uniform, and that's why I cannot present my personal opinions here. The supply chain issues are specific for the Czech Republic. No, it's not the case. So what about elsewhere in other countries? How do they deal with that? Who's supposed to hold the reins? Who will tell you who's the safe supplier and who's not? Well, the two issues must be dealt with in parallel. The EU and the alliance we are part of, our transatlantic friends have their own opinion in terms of risks posed by the presence of sophisticated devices in telecommunication networks, both state-owned and private. So there are lots of examples. Around us, some countries are stricter, some are more benevolent, but with a view to potential risks in terms of outages, ripple effect, cascade effect on individual economic sectors would be fatal. We have modeling instruments. They've done it in the United States and in Great Britain. They've modeled the outage of telecoms networks. You know, after 3 days, the images are apocalyptic. So this is not to be taken lightly. There are risks that the state must assess whether there is someone who's likely to harm us, and we must protect the network, and any malfunction of the network should not lead to outages, and there should be no single point of failure that would put the whole network out of operation. But this is not specific for the Czech Republic. I believe there are two topics that are specific for the Czech Republic. So one specific is to what extent we'd like to deal with the supply chain. In many European countries, they decided to deal only with the most critical part of networks or IT systems, and they have no ambition to decide upon suppliers in more remote parts of the network. When I refer to automotive, again, we talk about driving units of a car. We are talking about engines. We are not talking about antennas. Just to make it more comprehensible. NUKIP and the National Cyber and Information Security Agency would like to decide on that on their own from the beginning till the end. And also in the Czech Republic there are two agencies that should be responsible for that. NUKIP, the National Cyber and Information Security Agency, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs, governed by the Act on Critical Infrastructure. And they both want to deal with this issue based on different norms, and it will impact businesses again. So it'll be nice for these two state agencies to agree with one another and to have a single norm that will apply to everyone. because two different standards used by two institutions seem illogical, unpredictable, unstable. So this, in my opinion, is the second specific feature. I believe Mr. Novak would like to react. Well, security goes first. That's absolutely clear, and we will all agree on that. But we definitely need to discuss whether the whole network should be covered, including the last socket in our family house or in a flat, or whether we will focus just on the core network. And we've launched these debates many times, and it didn't end up well. We are not able to make any conclusions. You know, when you have a bill in the House of Deputies and there are lots of amendments and mistakes, and I absolutely don't like dealing with that bill. The legislative office of the government returned the bill to NUKIB. Then it came back, and there are no major changes, and the bill has been released for vote. I am not quite sure what happened. The government approved that, and now it's up to the House of Deputies to discuss the act. Mr. Verhaal, I'm on the other side, and my opinion is quite the opposite. You know, the problem in the supply chain is not often the supplier. It's more likely a sub-supplier. When you take a look at Target in the US, for example, a protected company, and they had one small sub-supplier that did huge harm to them, SolarWing. When I look at it from the military viewpoint, and I'm not referring just to infrastructure and IT, I am referring to other software applications, such as suppliers of diagnostic features to vehicles, combat vehicles. The supply chain must be dealt with from the beginning till the end. You know, I can use the antenna to get to the driving unit. There can be a gap in security. At the university, I had a professor who was to make a decision whether he would buy BMW or a US car. BMW is something that is huge in the US, but he assessed his data. What would happen to his BMW? Will it end up in China? Can they switch off the vehicle remotely, because it will no longer be a German vehicle but rather a Chinese vehicle? So he, as an individual, views this car not from the point of view of convenience or comfort, but he's seeing the car from the security viewpoint. And until we put security first, we will continue discussing Chinese components, yes or no. We'd like to have them, they are cheaper, Chinese are fast, but if there is a crisis, we can get in trouble. So it's the military viewpoint. We discussed that with logistics suppliers, you know, including meals if there is a problem with food supplies, your soldiers will not be able to participate.
We actually agree with one another. I have this smartphone, so it should also be assessed as a part of the supplier chain. And no one will be able to explain to me why this is not part. I never connected to the network. In China, I had a special phone which I discarded later on. That's my personal responsibility. I'm used to my previous company when the IT guy told me the problem is always between the computer and the chair. So it's always up to each individual how secure their behavior is. Exactly as you said, you can use the antenna in its software to hack the car. But if we wanted to go to such an extent, you would realize that we would have to build the trans-European wall, not to let anyone in, and start being self-reliant. And the question is, are we self-reliant, or what can we do in order to be self-reliant, at least in critical infrastructure again? I would be most happy if all the components came from Czech developers, from the Czech Republic. But if there is a Chinese component in this device, it would have to be discarded if we were so strict. We can all agree, or I understood that the biggest problem is the uncertainty that the private sector sees. The problem is that no one knows exactly how the supply chain will be monitored, supervised, controlled, because at this moment, no one is sure that the components that they purchase today as legal won't become illegal next year. So what you want to have is the rules and rules for any possible future change. Yes, and I understand what the general said. Of course, I understand that security in the army is a priority. But the thing is, if we really prioritize security under all circumstances, we will eventually live in a concrete hideout. So we need to find a balance. If security is a priority, first priority over everything, we will never be able to finance it anyway. If we want to be independent of technology from Asia, we won't resolve it by a ban on purchase of components from Asia, but we will have to design a Marshall Plan for achieving independence on supplies from these suppliers. And you have to give room to the businesses and give them time. You tell them, okay, if you have installed something right now, let it complete the life cycle, but whatever you purchase from this cutoff date, purchase from the approved suppliers. Unless we are able to be so flexible, this becomes a Green Deal which no one knows how much it is going to cost, and we have no security, safety, no certainty ahead of us. This is what the private sector is appealing for. We need to listen more to one another. Perhaps a practical comment. This may seem like we are demonizing the Cybersecurity Office agency. This is definitely not the case. We understand that the National Cybersecurity Agency is perceiving the risks and understands the situation, but we would appreciate a much more pragmatic and practical approach to understand which components are more critical or more vulnerable, and start wording the law in such a way that it is enforceable, but at the same time that there are certain defense mechanisms. The development of networks is a continuous process. Of course, with the upgrades, there will be additional investments needed, but we want to know that the components we have now will be allowed to remain there until the end of their life cycle. Please use the expert insight of the operators, because the uncertainty is really the worst thing. Did you want to comment? I will give you an example from practice outside IT or telecoms. A senior home, and there is a fire protection decree, and it will be audited by the Ministry of the Interior, Ministry of Labor Affairs. The fire protection law requires that there are clear halls and hallways, and the audit wants that the home is very cozy and nice. So you know what happens? Once the audit is announced, once the inspection from the fire protection authority is announced, they clear the hallways. And once the audit comes for the well-being from the Ministry of Labor Affairs, they put all the pictures and everything back in. We have some 6 minutes to go. And I forgot to take the tablet with the Slido question, so I apologize. I can't read the tablets. I know Sarah is not the organizer, but she definitely has the Slido on her tablet. I apologize. There are several questions. The Ministry of Industry and Trade has an action plan for telco networks obstacle remedy. Operators define their problems, and the Ministry of Industry and Czech Telecommunication Office try to resolve the problems. And this is a method that could be applied elsewhere. This not question, we agree, and let's go on. All today's outcomes from the panel's discussions show that a systemic resolution is needed, but in the Czech Republic there is still improvisation the main way. I think that in the cybersecurity area, we are not improvising, and we don't follow the path of the senior home. I think that one of the Czech specifics is that the NIS2 directive gives us a framework, and we are trying to even sort of improve it, gold plate the requirements. And of course, this will, at the end of the day, reduce our competitiveness compared to those who won't do the same. Unforeseeability is a buzzword. So the question is, do you trust China and their technologies? Do you trust that your suppliers influenced by China are secure? On behalf of the operators, the Chinese suppliers have made enormous progress in terms of the quality of the equipment. So we have no doubts in that. We would be happy to have global trade and global security. On the other hand, it's not a role of the operator to say whether an operator from a foreign country can take actions that may be insecure for us or for our country. So this should be set by the representatives of the alliances that we are part of. If we talk about cybersecurity as such, the healthy approach should be slightly paranoid. On the one side, we trust all the big suppliers, but never enough to be absolutely blind in my trust. You always need to be prudent or cautious. This is what people do in security departments of big corporations. They always test the technology regardless of where it comes from. This is, I think, what I mentioned, the technical security, the pure security of the device as such, or of the element. It's fine. And in that case, I don't care where it comes from. Perhaps one comment. Whatever we can make ourselves, we do it because we can trust it, we know what it contains. If I can't produce it myself, I take it from a friend whom I trust. But of course, we all know that you can't 100% trust anyone. And if there is nothing else available, then you take what is available elsewhere. But this should be the priority line of the supplies. It is illusionary that an operator would be able to assess security of each individual component of the network, of each line of the code. Everything is software driven, and we are unable to verify each of the elements. So there has to be a certain level of trust in the suppliers. Similarly to the operator of a bus or an aircraft cannot ensure and guarantee security and safety of each individual spare part of the vehicle. So there has to be a certain umbrella authority that will take care of that, because it's not in the powers of the individual operators. We have gone beyond our allocated time. I hope this last panel on security of communication infrastructure was fruitful for you. I hope you leave believing that the Czech Republic is doing as much as possible for security, that there is a debate going on between the private and public sector with the aim of benefiting the population. I would like to thank Marek Novák, member of the Parliament. General Radek Haratek, commander of the Czech Cyber and Information Warfare Command of the Czech Army, Jiří Grund, president of the Association of Mobile Network Operators, and Juraj Šedivý, general manager of CETIN Group. I also thank you for participation and for your questions. Thank you.
Tak, já si zpátky uzmu svůj tablet, aspoň k něčemu jsem tady byla užitečná, děkuju.
So at least I could be of help with my tablet. Thank you, Tereza Tumová, Executive Director of Association for Internet Progress, for her excellent moderation. Ladies and gentlemen, what have we heard today? Then I will let you go for your glass of wine. Greetings to our online viewers. I would like to thank everybody who contributed to the organization, so the catering, air condition, and interpretation of needs people. So thank you all. And there were many partners who helped us organize. The main partner is Google, golden partner Microsoft, silver partners Volt, T-Mobile, and Bank ID. We heard about them already. General media partner is E15, and their content partners, Czech Association of AI, Ministry of Health, Prague AI, and Reconstruction of State. We also have the beautiful accompanying exhibition. We had 2 fireside chats in the exhibition during lunch. Go and see it for yourselves. Take leaflets. There are many new technologies, and this is sponsored by the Association of Virtual and Augmented Reality. Today we talked about AI, about economic development in the digital time, about contribution of public and private sectors to digital transformation. Tomorrow we are going to talk about digital democracy, about the role of a state in a modern world, whether the national states are still relevant, what role is played by big tech companies. This is what I look forward to. We will plunge into AI in jobs and in new professions, and we will talk about new education so that the young generation can get ready for the certainty that they have, and that's uncertainty. And we will also have a look at e-health, because technologies help us to be healthy, not only as individuals, but also as the society. I hope you enjoyed today. I will be here tomorrow again. Thank you for your attention. Please enjoy your glass of wine and enjoy the rest of the day.